Otra vez, feliz viernes para todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, muy feliz mañana. Y estoy seguro que algo se me está olvidando. Ahorita que empecé esto, siento que esto estuvo muy fácil y siento que me falta algo. Si me falta algo, discúlpenme, lo vamos a ir agregando. Por supuesto, bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Pero antes de entrar al casino con el tío Farhan y Alex, quiero platicar con ustedes rápido de por fin lo que se ve para adelante. Todo el mundo está muy preocupado. Todo el mundo está muy preocupado estos días por la economía, más que nada por el mercado. Pero hemos estado platicando de la economía. Vamos a olvidarnos de la bolsa y de todo eso. Y yo creo que la gente está empezando a entrar en razón y empieza a escuchar por fin ya los datos malos. Y los datos malos me refiero a la gente no está gastando, a desempleo subiendo, básicamente todos los datos fundamentales, la inflación no yéndose a ningún lado, etcétera. Y también el hecho que la gente tiene muy poco dinero. En el 2022 hice un reel en mi Instagram, o tal vez no era ni siquiera un reel, tal vez solamente un video en mi Instagram, donde digo, y tiene no sé cuántos millones de vistas, donde digo, si ustedes creen que el precio de las casas va a bajar, están locos, va a tomar años, años en pasar. Después, en el 2024-25 fue de tenemos que ver a dónde van los intereses, que puede que se quede todo esto acá, pero ya teniendo a Trump enfrente, y esto es lo que más me gusta de lo que hago, ya teniendo a Trump enfrente, esperándonos, siendo pacientes, escuchando cuál es el plan y escuchando, esto lo hemos platicado ya, ¿no? De cómo todo está básicamente estancado y la razón por qué es simplemente porque están recortando gasto, recortas gasto, estás recortando la inflación, recortas la inflación, menos gente tiene dinero, por ende entras a una zona todavía más baja. De por sí, y se los dije ayer, ¿no? En el en vivo de ayer de 2 horas, que en mi opinión, entramos en una recesión en el último cuarto del 2023. Y desde entonces hemos estado en esta recesión que se está poniendo peor cada cuarto, pero el peor de los otros cuartos fue el último, el medio de diciembre hasta ahora, dio como otro bajón. Y entre todo eso ha dado otro bajón, pero este bajón de ahorita es mucho más significante en todo. Y también esto tiene que ver con, quieran o no, con los inmigrantes y todos los gastos estúpidos de gobierno que fondeaban todas las cosas más tontas del mundo y que causaron inflación y que llenaron a todo el mundo de dinero por todos lados. Lo están removiendo consumo, porque el consumo también a todos nuestros inmigrantes que teníamos por acá o que tenemos todavía, la gran mayoría tiene miedo de salir, gastar, que los vean, que se los lleven, etcétera. Entonces también no están trabajando y todo esto se está moviendo en una dirección muy interesante. Y esta es una de las cosas más fáciles y por lo que me encanta macro, porque macro y esta oportunidad del 2008 me hicieron una fortuna y esperando simplemente, y eso fue, no sabía por qué, pero tuve que aprender por qué. No, no quieres quedarte como, güey, ¿por qué hiciste tanto dinero? No, es que me cagué, güey, hice esto y pues a ver cuándo me vuelve a salir y me vuelvo a cagar. No, tengo que poner atención para poder crear esa oportunidad en el futuro y esa oportunidad se está a punto de presentar para todos nosotros en Estados Unidos. En otros países, y ahorita tocaremos en otros países, qué es lo que probablemente va a pasar de acuerdo a esto. Eh, Después de todo este tiempo ya es hora, ya es hora. Ya la gente está rota, ya la gente no tiene un centavo, la gente está desmoralizada, la gente está viendo que no están bajando los intereses. La Reserva Federal, porque los intereses reales sí están bajando, los están viendo con los bonos de 10 años. Y eso es donde se pone interesante la cosa, porque esto nos está diciendo que se viene ya por fin la última parte del fondo de Estados Unidos, si le podemos decir así. Y esta última parte del fondo de Estados Unidos va a ser lo que todo el mundo va a sufrir. Este año, en mi opinión, se va a sentir como el peor de todos en muchísimo tiempo. Si ya de por sí la cosa ha estado bastante frita para muchos de nosotros, este año tiene que ser mucho peor para todos nosotros. Y acabando el año o en el último cuarto del año o tal vez el primero del próximo, esto es imposible predecir cuándo y cómo. Pero lo que sí vamos a empezar a ver, sobre todo con los intereses bajando, los intereses reales bajando, mucha gente cree que el mercado de las casas va a subir, pero es absolutamente lo contrario, tíos. Uno, los seguros tal cual como están ahorita están carísimos, están quitándole a todo el mundo su dinero a través de ellos, están subiendo los pagos de HOAs, están subiendo los costos de tener una vivienda, están subiendo los costos de vivir y toda esta gente que amarró todo su dinero en una hipoteca en el 2% como yo lo había hecho en Texas, toda esa gente no se quiere ir porque no pueden comprar nada. Tienen que esperarse que bajen los intereses para ellos mismos comprar. Pero ¿eso qué va a causar? Que la gente venda. Entonces, estamos llegando a ese punto donde la oportunidad se va a presentar. Ahora, quiero también decir esto. Este es un paradigma muy diferente a lo que hemos visto en el pasado. Normalmente también cuando digo esto, y esto es algo que he aprendido, que creo, ya las cosas no van a ser igual, siempre acaban resultando igual. Oigan, pero esta vez es diferente, ¿no? Pero me odio porque lo voy a decir. Pero creo que esta vez la cosa sí es diferente. Esta vez creo que la cosa sí es diferente. Y la razón por la que la cosa es diferente es porque ¿cómo va a causar Estados Unidos que el consumidor promedio tenga dinero cuando estamos yendo a automatización, inteligencia artificial, desempleo masivo? ¿Cómo mierdas va a tener la gente dinero para poder flipar casas? Ahora, o edificios, ¿no? Esto es algo que me hizo muchísimo dinero en el pasado y sobre todo porque tienes todos los beneficios fiscales en Estados Unidos. Compras una propiedad y la puedes, imagínate, la compraste por 1 millón y la vendes por 10. Normalmente tendrías que pagar impuestos sobre tus ganancias en los 9 millones, pero en Estados Unidos hay una ley que se llama el 1031 Exchange y con ello puedes rotar todo tu capital a la nueva propiedad y no te cobran impuestos. Mucha gente va a decir, sí, pero pues todo tu capital está atorado, pero lo puedes sacar en un préstamo. Entonces es deuda, no tienes que pagar impuestos, se ve mucho mejor en tus libros, etcétera. Y eso siempre ha resultado en una creación de riqueza gigantesca, gigantesca. Y eso personalmente he sido afectado por esa creación de riqueza. Ahora, yendo para adelante, yo no creo que el mercado de las casas vaya a ser lo que fue, o de las propiedades en Estados Unidos, yo no creo que vaya a ser lo que fue. Y la razón por qué es porque, una vez más, ¿de dónde va a sacar la gente dinero para comprar todas las casas al nivel que lo estaban haciendo antes cuando no van a tener empleo? Y yo sé que esto suena, no hay forma que no vayan a tener empleo, pero es por algo que Estados Unidos está cambiando su dirección y lo que está haciendo y se quiere volver un productor. No teniendo gente y teniendo gente que no quiere trabajar, no lo están haciendo nada más porque sitios, lo están haciendo porque saben que van a poder en 3, 4 años automatizar todo, sobre todo cuando sabemos que Elon está ya probando esos robots, ese Optimus en sus oficinas básicamente y que este año están dedicados a producir no sé cuántos miles de ellos. Estoy seguro que el primer lugar donde los van a usar para entrenarlos, como ya lo han estado haciendo en videos, es en la fábrica de Tesla, ¿no? En varios lugares del mundo. Y esto va a traer desempleo. Lo mismo con lo de los coches automáticos, ¿no? Una vez que tengas eso, ¿qué va a pasar con Uber? Yo sé que todo el mundo, yo sé, todos los expertos, que nos platican, no, es que Uber va a ser independiente de lo de Tesla porque Tesla no va a entrar en todos los países. A través del tiempo lo va a lograr. Y el problema de Uber es que Uber es un tercero. Entonces, si tienes coches que se manejan solos, que puedes rentar, ¿por qué mierdas necesitarías a un tercero como Uber cuando Tesla puede hacerlo? Y muchos van a decir, pero pues, entonces, ¿cuánta gente va a bajar el app de Tesla, etcétera? No sé, Elon Musk es la persona más seguida de todo el planeta, entonces tal vez él tenga algo por ahí que pueda ayudar la viralidad de su aplicación. Y todo esto lo vamos a ver en todas las industrias, en todas las industrias. Entonces, se va a venir una oportunidad gigantesca para todo el mundo que ha estado esperando para comprar casa, por supuesto que sí, y yo creo que no va a ser un fondo rápido. Está demasiada dañada la bolsa del consumidor, pero demasiada. Y esto de nuevo no va a pasar instantáneamente. Ahorita esto lo tenía, y hace cuánto les dije, ¿no? El 2026 es cuando la veo venir. Luego dije, tal vez va a ser el mediados del 2025, pero 2026 es cuando la teníamos medida, ¿no? Desde el 2023. Y estamos acercándonos, por lo que no voy a cambiar nada de lo que he dicho. Yo personalmente creo que sí vamos a ir en ese último cuarto del año, va a ser decisivo y definitivamente para el primer cuarto del 2025 vamos a estar en la mierda todos. Aunque no es en la mierda, hay grandes oportunidades. Pero, una vez más, no creo que este vaya a ser el mercado que hizo rico a todo el mundo, el mercado que abrió con Airbnbs por todos lados, etcétera. Yo creo que este mercado va a ser muy diferente y va a tomar bastante tiempo en reestructurarse junto con nuestra sociedad al mismo tiempo. Pero para todos los que están esperando la oportunidad de comprar una deliciosa casa, Dios, se viene. Y de nuevo, lo único que yo sé es que compré el fondo del mercado inmobiliario y que vendí el tope en comercial y en residencial. Es lo único que sé. Y estas cosas, de nuevo, no tengo que ser un experto en todo. Solamente tengo que saber tendencias grandes. Sabiendo tendencias grandes, estamos del otro lado y yo creo, y es lo que siempre les digo, preocúpense por eso, no tanto por las noticias de día a día, no las estupideces, el que está haciendo esto. Y también, a menos de que te vayas a volver activista político porque las cosas están saliendo muy mal en tu región, con tu gobierno, etcétera, no te peleas con el gobierno diario y nada más cómo los odio. Ve lo que están haciendo y apuesta a ello. Nada más. Ese ha sido mi lema de vida y funciona perfectamente. Así que enfóquense en eso y con eso los voy a dejar. Se viene la cosa potente y ahora sí, definitivamente clara. Y obviamente la bolsa nos debería de acompañar, pero la bolsa es mercado mega manipulado, y es lo que yo estoy esperando y es la oportunidad en la que estoy y hasta ahorita está jugando bien. Está jugando bien. Hace 2 meses y medio cuando hice mi video diciendo me voy a salir del mercado, estoy aquí afuera, se veía algo ridículo, pero el día de hoy no se ve tan ridículo. Vale, vámonos al casino del tío Salo con el buen Farhan, con el buen Alex, pero antes de irnos al casino, como siempre, quiero invitarlos a todos para que sepan, si quieren tradear con nosotros, quieren aprender de nuestra comunidad, tenemos un Discord que es absolutamente gratuito, solamente tienen que picarle al enlace de aquí abajo y acabando esto, trayendo a los chavos, poniendo el primer análisis que vamos a hacer, voy a compartir esto en X también para que lo tengan en los comentarios, pero tenemos nuestro Discord es absolutamente gratis, súper fácil de usar, tienes a toda la comunidad acá y te puedes apoyar en ello. También, más allá de tener a la comunidad, Alex siempre anda por acá chismeando, diciéndole a todo el mundo qué hacer, igual que Farhan, más bien lo que está haciendo. Tenemos nuestro chat general con todas estas bestias potentes sacando dinero de este mercado. Bien, esto es lo que quiero ver, carajo. Sacando dinero potente de este mercado delicioso. Compartan también sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros, como de que no, vengan a pedirnos tablas, vengan a darnos un testimonial que se aprecia muchísimo, o simplemente si necesitan nuestros enlaces, aquí tienen nuestros enlaces oficiales también en Partners y tenemos noticias, lo que necesiten. ¿Por qué es importante este Discord? Porque si estás aprendiendo y dudas de ciertas cosas, quieres rebotar una idea con alguien, esta comunidad es una absoluta joya para hacerlo. Saben lo que están haciendo estos degenerados. 250 millones de dólares movidos en los últimos 30 días en un solo exchange. Habla de la degeneración de nuestra comunidad. Pero también de lo bien que lo han hecho. Y yo creo que este Discord tiene que ser de los que más Baryshnikov han estado haciendo. Así que vamos a continuar con esa racha. Y también, si quieren tradear futuros y no saben cómo o en dónde, están en Estados Unidos o fuera de Estados Unidos, se vienen a nuestro sitio por acá en Elite Trading Academy. Dense una vuelta, se meten en Tutos. Y en Tutos ya les vamos a agregar el de BTCC también, que es igualito que Bluffing, pero te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y acá te pone un video de 5 minutitos con un enlace para que vayas directamente ahí, te registres, donde te dice exactamente cómo abrir tu cuenta. Es súper fácil, cualquiera puede abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear tu cuenta y cómo operar esa cuenta. Un video de 5 minutos completamente gratis para todos ustedes. Si quieren unirse al club de degenerados con el tío Salo, con el tío Alex, con el tío Farhan, aquí estamos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Voy a traer a estas bestias al chat. Let's get going, boys. Como siempre, análisis en español y en inglés y luego se los traduzco yo a español, simplificadillo. My boys, good morning.
Yo, muchachos.
All right, your eyes looking much better, dude. How you feeling?
Is it? It feels. It doesn't hurt as much as it did before. Now it's starting to give like a dull ache sometimes instead of like actually hurting.
Just a little dull ache. That sounds really fucking weird, but we'll take the dull ache with us.
Hey, before it used to hurt every single time I used to blink.
Oh, that's okay. That's good. I'll take the dull pain instead.
Yeah, you don't want to get that nuclear drunkla.
That's right. That's right. You guys got to treat your girlfriends right, because otherwise, look at what happened to Farhan. Terrible things.
Blink twice if you need to be helped.
I can't. All right, we're ready for some charts. First one in line is, of course, Brian Martinez asking for some Bitcoin. You boys having fun with your Bitcoin? I don't think a lot of people are having fun with their Bitcoin. Can I say something? Everyone on social media is going after each other right now, and it's beautiful because that to me is 2022. It's identical. It's
that's what happens when the price goes down.
Yeah. But you know what, guys? We're all in for the technology and the decentralization. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Get to it, sir. We're excited. You've been fucking crushing it, Alex. Same with you, Farhan.
Yeah. Yeah, we have been actually. I mean, we were up late scalping or looking at a potential Bitcoin long. And so like where are we now? Because you are absolutely right. Crypto Twitter's in shambles. It's very quiet now. So I tweeted out I think yesterday, I noticed it was pretty quiet on crypto Twitter. Notice, no one really knows what to do moving forward. You're starting to see a lot of people shift to bear now, which is always a cause of concern for me, especially when where we're at. I mean, sometimes we can get some pretty easy trades, and I think right now we're in that environment. So let's dissect. We understood tether dominance was very bullish. I mean, we can just keep going over this, but in summary, we understood that the 5-day was expanding in volatility. We were holding this, kind of like this meme range breakout, and even back testing the channel here, holding that as support, along with weekly volatility. Now, remember, this weekly volatility is an important one because this is now freshly expanding, and this is going to really, in my opinion, be guiding our bias within the next few weeks moving forward. I do think now what we see is tether dominance has all of the momentum and volatility to go up, but it's not going to go into a straight line. And this is something we talked about in the beginning of last week. We essentially, I think it was the beginning of last week. There's been so many trades, so many moves on Bitcoin. I'm getting lost in my time frames, but is essentially when we wanted the throwback to the 4.69%. That still could be a scenario I'm watching on tether dominance, despite this nice green dildo that we've had. We understood that we were going to break out here, specifically just because of, the way the 5-day BBWP was looking on top of the HBDR, if it wants to load for me. We were talking about right around this zone was giving us good confluence that if we ended up breaking above 4.69%, it would confirm the breakout. That was just evident with the 38.2% right there. But then we talked about more specifically the weekly. The weekly EMA 100 is very important. You can see we wicked above it. We hit the SMA 200. That was a very big spot for tether dominance, and that corresponded nicely with our meme support, meme resistance in this case. We now really want to shift gears and look for a potential pullback here. It's the same thing we were saying, but it's just the timing factor. And for now, I'm still gauging potentially this area, 5.25%, being solid resistance, until proven otherwise. So what that could mean for us now is, okay, we've hit the weekly SMA 200, weekly EMA 100 has proven to us that's solid resistance. So, especially since we haven't hit that since October of 2024, it's very logical to get some kind of rejection here first tap. I want to see a move back now down to the 4.69 to 4.73%. That to me then could, it's the same thing I was saying, grind out some kind of higher low on the weekly for tether dominance here. And doing so, that could put the lower high in for Bitcoin. Now you're going to notice, a lot of people are not, they're kind of not understanding that Bitcoin can move up, even though it's bearish, even though we're going to go down more statistically, and the fact that, we're getting these pretty big volatility setups expanding now. Bitcoin doesn't just go down in a straight line. And this is why I first want to start the analysis with tether dominance, because as long as we're under this weekly EMA 100, which we still are under it, we have a greater chance of going down at least to the 34. And as you can see right now, that's sitting right at 4.74%. Now we're getting a monthly close, so let's see how that's looking. And so what we see is, I'm curious, do I have my 5 on? No, perfect. We see is, you're getting a nice cluster of resistance here when you're looking at the monthly EMAs. You're getting the 21 and the 34 all right around the same area. This is important for me because, again, it just solidifies kind of what we see with the weekly in confluence with the weekly EMA 100. So this is a spot we should be gauging for a pullback on tether dominance, which would bode well for Bitcoin. Something to note about this, monthly is the fact that right now what we're getting is this still contracting into March. This is very important because, this really could start giving us a setup into March, April. And if we are still pointed down, let's say on Bitcoin, and this is pointed up, and let's say we are still in an uptrend on specifically on the weekly, this would have a greater chance, in my opinion, of really solidifying this being a major low and us actually flipping the monthly trend into an uptrend. Because remember, the monthly is now shifted, in my opinion, but the monthly is still down. And that's why it's going to be very important for bulls into March to really start moving us, March, April, to really start moving us upwards to the 6%. It's going to be important because then we can take out the lower high on the monthly and potentially trend shift. And it's looking good. The fact that the weekly volatility has already, expanded, and we've already trend shifted on the weekly along with Bitcoin. But if we end up really, holding this zone here, specifically above 4.69%, with this, resetting into March, this could really start moving things, very fast to the upside on tether dominance, which is interesting to see because, we haven't had a volatility set up on the monthly since October of 2023. Let me see here. You can even see on the monthly HBDR view, this rally up, we've essentially retested this, major zone, which is the 38.2%. My dogs keep barking. I'm gonna actually put them in 1 second, boys.
It's not too. I'll be honest. It's not bad.
No, you can't hear it. Okay,
You can barely hear like in the background, like barely.
Okay, I'm gonna put my headphones in.
Yeah,
that should help them. It's just bothering me.
There you go.
Sweet. So, it is logical at least to be looking for some kind of pullback on tether dominance. That doesn't necessarily mean that this is just going to collapse and go down, but gauging the higher low now is going to be the tricky spot for bulls here. And it always is, but that's where we can just use what we know. And we understand the 4.69% has been a pretty big level for tether dominance. So that's the first point. But we also understand that the weekly EMA 34 has also been a major point. What makes it easy for us now is the fact that you're, again, just getting the EMA cluster right around the zone where the 21, the EMA 9, and the 34 are all moving around the same zone, which is closer to the 4.69%. You can also see, though, that the weekly median is supporting that, too. I mean, we're pretty above price, and that's shifted gears all the way to this channel here. So what we see is even if into this weekly, maybe we don't go all the way down to the EMA 34, that would be very easy. A pullback still would be likely, and that would just give us that retest of the top of the 38.2%. Let's say we just had a shallow pullback, into next week. It still could look something like this. I'm on the camp, though, that, bears have had a pretty easy move with shorts. I know that because we've been shorting this massively. It's not always going to be like that, though, and I can imagine there's probably a lot of just aggressive shorts now scaled in. For that, it would make a lot more sense to get a deeper pullback, retest this 4.69%, and then, in doing so, grind the higher low, and then we could take out some of those aggressive shorts because at current price, current market price, that is still like closer to a 12% move. So, it is interesting. And, at least what we can say is we're getting volatility in the markets. I mean, volatility is very important, especially if we trade, right? Because this time was extremely boring. I mean, just extremely boring. And it always is, but it's often the most important time. This is where people sign out, give up, and this is like where you should be paying most attention because, these moves here can really make a lot of money. It can make a lot of money if you catch it. And so what do we have? I mean, this consolidation was just so boring, but this caused this range to get extremely tight. We were talking about the daily EMA 100 being a major point for Bitcoin that needed to hold. We did not hold that. And even so, we didn't even retest it yet. And we've just broken away from it. Now, what was giving me bias on my Bitcoin long, because we are long on the Academy. The entry is at 79,200, so we're in nice profits. What was my reasoning behind that? Well, first, it was what I just showed on tether dominance. We hit resistance, but then on Bitcoin, we are basically hitting the extremes. I mean, on the daily, we're at the 95% zone. We go to the 12-hour, we're we're even there as well, just hitting the 95%, and even here the 2-day. We're at the 88.3. So, we are at some pretty big zones in terms of the HBDR. We're at the extremity lows. On top of that, we haven't really lost the estimate 200. Now, I know we broke away from that, but remember, we're in a very volatile time now. We had a major multi-week range break on Bitcoin. Volatility is definitely relevant right now, which is very awesome for us because that's what we need in order to trade. So we were very aggressively away from the SMA 200, but it still hasn't closed below, and we haven't lost it yet. Even the last 2 days, you can see Bitcoin has held it. But mainly, and this is kind of what I was talking about last week and 2 weeks ago, whereas if we really start collapsing on Bitcoin, we really want to shift gears and start really looking at the monthly, because the monthly is going to, in my opinion, guide us. And I was saying that just simply because we saw on the Binance chart specifically, the monthly HBDR median was right around where the EMA 9 is on the monthly. And very simply, what do we know about that monthly 9? Well, this entire bull market on Bitcoin, we've held that. And generally speaking, that monthly 9 has grinded out higher lows on Bitcoin, and it's been a very nice spot to long Bitcoin. So even though we have a weekly trend shift, things are looking very bearish on Bitcoin. We still can't disregard a major level, especially on a monthly. Whenever you go down and hit like a monthly 9, even if we don't get the follow through that, let's say, takes us to my target, which is 95K, which I'll talk about, soon, we still should see some reaction. So that's kind of what we're getting. That was my reasoning for longing here. It's rare to hit the monthly median, monthly 9, especially since we haven't hit that in a while. I'm paying attention when we get down to here, because what you're seeing is crypto Twitter is getting very bearish. Everyone's not sure what to do. And what you're seeing is everyone, is now talking about the low 60,000s being the next target. I have to pay attention when we hit a major level on tether dominance, hit the level we've been waiting for weeks, which is that monthly 9. This is where I have to pay attention. So this is where we're long. But where am I getting my TP? And I think this is very obvious. We essentially were in a range here. We have the first spot being 91,000. That was a big spot, because anytime we make major wick lows, this 91K would often be a nice spot for Bitcoin. But then we also have a second spot, and this is where it becomes a little harder and not so obvious. So this is where we can try to tie it together. We understand the daily still has a silver cross, and what gives us a little more confidence that, a move back up to the 90,000s would not be absurd. That's because of just simply the daily 9. It's at $89,000. So even if you got to move all the way back to the daily 9, which, keep in mind, we haven't hit that in multiple days, and we still have the silver cross, still would be bearish, and it would look nothing more than just a retest of massive support flipped into massive resistance. But what do we know on Bitcoin? This is no surprise to anyone who trades Bitcoin. You understand that it loves to be dirty, and it never ever loves to give anyone the easy trades, even shorts, in this environment. So to me, the easier move and the more max pain move would be, we blow past this EMA 9 on the daily, and granted, it has been a very nice rejection point. If you just played that silver cross to the downside, you would have printed really nicely. But I'm not sure if this is going to hold. And if it doesn't, and the only reason I'm saying that is because we still can't disregard the fact that we lost that EMA 100. And what does Bitcoin often like to do? Not every single time, but often. Well, generally, when you dump through the EMA 100, you generally rally back up and front run it. This was the front run, but you try to hit it. That's the point. It often acts like a magnet for price, even when you're in like a bearish environment. And it makes sense. What was, major support should always be flipped into major resistance. Now, this, example I'm giving isn't the best, because this was when we were in our max chop scenario here for months. But even in that max chop scenario, in this example, you dumped through, you got the bounce, you hit the EMA 100 for the bearish retest. This is where you should have been short on Bitcoin, because this is where you got the real move. Let's find a better example. Or even just another example. You lose the EMA 100. At this point, no one was expecting a move back to it at all. I remember this region here. This gave us a really easy short when I was trading in 2023, because at this point, when you dump through, everyone gets complacent and they're just like, yeah, there's no way Bitcoin's going right back up to 28,000, especially when you're at like 25,000. And what did we get? A nice move up, aggressive, very fast. This, aggressive move up, catches shorts offside and it makes long start to FOMO. In this move up, I'm sure a lot of people started to scale because, oh, they can't miss the move. And my favorite influencer just told me that the bull market's still in. And in this
Michael Saylor said to hold your Bitcoin and sell your kidneys.
and sell my organs. Yeah, that's crazy. And we rejected. And again, this rejection here led to the real move. And yes, we bottomed and whatever, we went up. But the point I'm trying to bring is every time, generally speaking, we lose it, we often retest it. And that's just the nature of Bitcoin. It's very, fucky. But if you understand that, it can give you easy entries. Like for the last example, I'll show you here. We lost it here. We rallied all the way back up. This move from wick low was a 11% move, so totally not out of the question. Rallied up, hit it. So long as we didn't close above this EMA 100, you would have had a short trigger here. And you can see that move upon testing it really gave us an epic move down. I mean, that was a 59% move down, just simply playing the EMA 100. So, that's why for me, it's not totally absurd to be watching for a mean reversion bounce at the SMA 200, hitting the monthly EMA 9. Tether dominance is rejecting the weekly EMA 100. It's not totally absurd to make a rally all the way up and actually hit that EMA 100. Specifically when we understand that this 95.5, we understand 91 is the first spot, but 95.5 was the second point, and that was pretty big support. Another point as well, the weekly 9 was another major point for Bitcoin. And if you've been following my analysis for a while, this is no surprise to anyone. We want to gauge here and see if the weekly EMA 34 holds. Because if this holds, this could be a good confluence to me that we absolutely could get a move at minimum to the EMA 21. Isn't that funny how that kind of lines up nicely with the ranges we have? 91K or 95.5. You see here the weekly 21, which would be logically the next spot to test if the EMA 34 holds, is sitting at $89,000. So again, my point being, it's just totally not unreasonable to be talking about a bounce here. And then we even see the weekly 9, which was solid support for a very long time, is at 93,500, sitting right by that daily EMA 100. And when I see a weekly level sitting right by a daily level, I have to really wonder if that's going to be a magnet for price, and that's going to be an easy short. We can even see that the weekly median has a chance to come all the way down and possibly even connect with this 95.5. Now, it's not there, but it potentially could. That again would just give me a good confluence of this idea. Another point is you also have that 5-day EMA 9, which has been a solid rejection point on Bitcoin until this breakdown. You see it's right now at 93,966. So, if we ended up coming up, that's the spot I'm looking at. Is the easy short will be, going up to 95.5 on a wick high, rejecting the daily EMA 100 and then nuking. The trickier spot and slightly more aggressive will be the 91K, but it's not stupid to think of a short there because of the daily 9 and the fact that we still have a silver cross, and the daily 9's been a major rejection point. So that's kind of what we're dealing with on Bitcoin. If we go and look, still long here with the Academy. We're doing really nice, boys, on this long. It got very close to my stop, but again, this is why I don't like front running my stops. This is a good lesson to everyone. When I'm long, or in any trade, when I set it, I don't really like to front run it. I know a lot of traders, when they see something and it's about to hit their stop, they'll just close the trade. That's not our style here. And this trade is working out nicely. So I do think right now the risk to reward is in favor of longs currently. And that is just basically what I was trying to talk about most of the night last night, which is I'm scaling longs, I'm scaling longs. Monthly 9 is very logical place for a bounce. And so far that has worked out well. We're now above the SMA 200. So remember, as long as we are holding this, we then have a nice measured move back to the EMA 200. Let's keep it simple. You have a measured move back to the EMA 200. That's at 85,600. That's been a rejection spot. You get above the EMA 200 for me. That'll be good confirmation at very minimum to test the daily 9. But at that point, you'd have to really watch the 91,000s. There, you could get your major rejection. That's just the bearish retest. Or you could potentially reclaim 91K. It plays into the bull trap scenario where we end up just slingshotting to the EMA 100. Maybe we overshoot it a bit, hit 95.5. This is the easier short though. And this is where I'm going to max short Bitcoin for the idea that this is just nothing more than a lower high on the weekly. Because if we go and throw the rainbow chart off, let me take this off and throw the trend wave catalyst, we are now in a confirmed weekly downtrend. So remember, if this move up takes us around the zone, this would be nothing more than just a lower high, giving us max confirmation that, yeah, no, this is a fresh weekly trend shift. You're not hearing a lot of people talk about the weekly trend shifting. This is important because when you get these major moves up, let's say we pump up to 95.5, we're talking about a potential over 10% move. It's going to get everyone blindsided. This is where we have to be very, very cautious and be flipping our mind to the opportunity until proven otherwise is shorts around this region. The easy short will be around 95.5 and your simple invalidation will be 99.5. 95.5 will be the short and your invalidation will be 99.5. Very simple. So that's what we're dealing with Bitcoin. I do think if we end up getting this nice move up, watch, it's going to be fast in my opinion. It's going to be aggressive. That's the point for the bull trap. Watch very closely. Watch 91,000 to be the first spot of rejection, or the second spot being 95.5. Regardless, so it's going to be either right around 91 or 95.5, but those either results will be a mega dump, and I do think that will be what takes us to $73,000 being the first major spot. And if $73,000 doesn't hold, well, we still have that weekly EMA 100 looming right around that 2021 market cycle high. And if I do believe here, if we look, we are, what was I trying to show? I think it was on the monthly. No, it wasn't. Maybe the 2 month. Let me just see. Yeah, this is it. It's not totally absurd. The 2 month, we're rejecting the 38.2%. Technically measured move would be right around 63,268, or just right around the 2 month median that sits right around the 2021 cycle high, 2 month EMA 9, but also that weekly EMA 100, which has been a big spot for us that we've been talking about, and we haven't hit that, essentially this entire bull market. So you would have to be gauging for this to be a major opportunity, and you'd already be gauging that just simply because of the it being right around the 2021 cycle high. Until then, though, I'm waiting for a massive mean reversion. I'm ready to TP this academy along with the boys, and I'm long and strong. So we'll see what's good with the daily close, and as long as we hold above the SMA 200, this scenario is going to look very likely. And you're not hearing a lot of people give longs anymore because when you get these major moves down, the trees shake. All the people that are kind of like up only traders, kind of, it becomes obvious, and this is where player versus player really becomes fun, because you're dealing with a lot of people that don't understand basic trend and also trading. So this is why the easy money is now, because you're just dealing with a lot of people that don't understand, in my opinion, how to trade properly. So that's all I got on Bitcoin. We're long at 79,200. Let's see if we get that move to the 90Ks, and there we'll TP and flip potentially short if we get the trigger. And of course, I will always give the academy the short. So
Sorry, I'm dealing with Vinny.
No, all good.
Throw me your chart, sir. There he goes. Big bold Vinny.
He's super cute. He's a big baby.
Buenos dias, Vinny.
He is ridiculous. Now he's got a thing. He used to sleep on the bed with us, like from the start, but he's always been jumping on and off on it. Like he moves a lot. And now we brought a bed inside the room, so he sleeps in his bed, off the bed. And at 4 a.m. when I wake up, I get out. He wakes up and jumps on and like fucking snuggles with Belen. He's the cutest thing in the world.
I don't let Fibonacci sleep with me in my bed anymore because I just can't take being bitten 7 or 8 times through the night.
And cats are fuckers, dude. Like you wake up in the middle of the night, open your eyes, and they're looking at you and doing that thing with their paws where they're like,
yeah. Because a lot of times, more than half the time, he likes to sleep on my chest. So then sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night just staring at me.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
And bites all throughout the night. Can't do that anymore. Sorry, bud. Got to sleep in your own bed.
Bad Fibonacci.
Yeah, bad Fibonacci. No bueno Fibonacci. Muy malo. On the monthly right now, we are getting multiple rejections of the median, which usually gives you a target of hitting the bottom 38.2%. But you would have to lose the 9 EMA for first before that happens. So right now we are bouncing basically right off that 9 EMA, sitting at $79,000 area. Lose that area, and then you start to get a magnet for price to 38.2%. But what's very likely to happen is since we've been away from this monthly 9 EMA for a good amount of time, the first tap of it is very likely to be a decent bounce zone, which we are getting a pretty nice bounce right now from that 9 EMA. From the wick low to where we are right now is about 6% off right as of this moment. What is likely is that we're probably going to get a bounce from here to tap somewhere around this 5 EMA, around $86,000, 87, maybe a little bit higher. Probably finds our next rejection point somewhere right here around that $90,000 zone. And then from there, it very likely comes back down to this bottom 38.2%, which right now is sitting at $69,300, basically the 2021 cycle high. Right now, the momentum is starting to break below the moving average with volatility pointed up. The last time we had that set up was right around this point where volatility was still contracting. Then it started expanding from this point. So from here, how much of a move down did we get? We got a 31.5% move to the downside. So let's take 31.5% from, where did we lose it? Right there. From the open, 31% brings us to basically exactly the bottom of this 38.2%, sitting at that $69,000-$70,000 area. Very interesting how that works out. Now, if you look at the jewel, it was previously giving us, it was still technically giving us the buy signal because the monthly hasn't closed yet, but it is now losing its curvature and flipping back down and just about to drop below this pink. What's likely to happen with this monthly closure, this is going to flip over to a white neutral, and then it's going to flip into a dark blue sell. And now that you've rejected the bullish control zone 2 times around, plus you're making bearish divergence on the jewel, it's very likely to start dumping pretty aggressively. On the 2-week, we're already losing, and we're losing 38.2% significantly. We've dropped all the way down below the 50% into the 2-week 21 EMA. Last time around, the 21 EMA was our major bounce zone, and then we ended up making new all-time highs there. What's making that unlikely this time around, though, is last time we never really solidly lost that 38.2% with that 21 EMA. Now we are so much below it that it's kind of scary. Last time we really solidly lost that 38.2% and closed below the 50% was not in this entire bull market. That was right there. So from losing that 38.2%, we dropped another immediately 23%, got a little bit of a bounce of 11.8%, and then we jumped about 63% to the downside, 64%. So if we line up that loss of the 38.2% with about 23%, let's just say it closes somewhere right there and be generous. $23% brings us to about $66,500. and then 63%. Doesn't fit my buy, so let's close our eyes. About $32,000. And right now, the 2-week momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding to support it. And volatility is only at 55.8% off of this move. So it could still continue to get a move to the downside from here quite easily. And what I would say is what would trigger that move, like a significant further dump, would be if we were to lose this area right here, this candle's close, which is at 68,757. Start to close even at daily basis below that level, and you're probably going to start to see your next very aggressive dump to somewhere around the low $60,000 area, right around $60,000 to $61,000. If you look at the jewel, now we're getting a God mode sell signal, dark blue crossing below the pink and the yellow, and now very, very closely, maybe within the next 1 or 2 candles max, this pink is going to cross below the yellow. And that's going to give us basically one of the most epic jewel sell signals of all time. Very likely dumping us towards that $60,000 area at a minimum. Weekly as well as breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility flipped up. And now the jewels crossing below the bullish control zone. Pink has crossed below the yellow, giving us a pretty awesome sell signal right here on the jewel. Likely dumping us towards, at a minimum, that 55 EMA for a short-term bounce, which is right now at about $74,000. And that would go along with losing this 38.2%. As of right now, we were getting a little bit of a bounce from the 61.8%. The most bullish scenario possible, which I strongly doubt is going to happen, is if in the next 2 days and 9 hours we can close above $88,800. Very unlikely that happens. What's more likely is even if we end up getting a major bounce for this weekly close, maybe it wicks above that area and then closes below it. But that's even unlikely because we have 2 days and 9 hours to go, and that's like close to 10% away from price action right now. So even if we do end up testing that area, it's likely not within the next 2 days and 9 hours. 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly with momentum into the bearish control zone and volatility flipped up. We're getting a bounce off of our 55 EMA as of this moment. And after this bounce does end up playing out, I would expect us to test this 100 on the 5-day, which is at about 69,300, same 2021 cycle high. 2 days flip also into the bearish control zone with more volatility flipped up. Jewel is now breaking back into the bearish control zone after rejecting getting out. We've solidly lost this 100 EMA, got a retest of it, and now we get another dump off that 100. Ultimately, I would expect, even if we do get a pity bounce from here towards somewhere around this 5 EMA to maybe the 9, around $88,000 to $91,000, I would expect this eventually to come back down towards this 200 at about 72. Daily is now trying to flip back up, still within bearish control, still with below the moving average. Volatility still up. And now the jewel is also now entering into the bearish control zone, crossing below below the pink. And we are bouncing basically off this daily 200. We went a good amount below it, but now we're back over that 200. We're watching to see this daily close in the next 8 hours and 40 minutes. If we can close this daily over this candle's close, which is at 84,740, that would very likely initiate that bounce towards that daily 9 EMA to retest the silver cross, and that is sitting at about $89,500, taking us to that $89,000 to $90,000 area, maybe a little bit higher towards that 50%, around 92K. I wouldn't see any really higher than that. Possibly in the most bullish case scenario, up to this date of 100 at about like 93.4. Very, very, very high likelihood that would just be a retest of this 100 from turning what was once solid support into solid resistance, getting a rejection of that 93K area, and then dump towards $70,000. From 91 to low $90,000 area is where I'm planning to close my long, and probably going to start scaling into shorts, starting at this 100 EMA. Assuming we don't get a fat rejection from the 9. 4 hours now looking like a very nice expansive candle, making it highly likely that local bottom is in for as of this moment. We did close this candle very close to a bullish engulfing, but not quite. And a very nice bottoming candle right at this bottom 95%, with momentum starting to shift back up, volatility going down at the moment, which just makes it more likely that this is going to be a lower high bounce, and the jewel once again flashing a God mode buy signal in the background. Plus also, do we have, not on this one. Yeah, we do on this one as well. We do have bullish divergence on the 4-hour HPTR momentum because we made a low here and then we made a higher low here, while price action made a lower low, giving us confirmed bullish divergence if we close above 80,833. That bullish divergence would take us anywhere around this top 38.2% to maybe the 55 EMA, which is about like $88,000 to about $91,000. Ding! Congratulations, fellas, to whoever caught that short and the long.
Yeah, pretty damn nice.
Now, the 3 month still has that active hidden bullish divergence. Highly likely that it does get invalidated. Probably not this this closure, which is going to be in March, but very likely it gets invalidated in the closure in June. And that number is right as of this moment is going to be closing below 78,300 in June. If you want to invalidate it in March, it's going to be 58,890. But I really feel like the invalidation of this one is just going to be a formality, and we're going to be within the bear market before that invalidates. Monthly has now put in that possible bearish divergence as basically almost confirmed. Because once it starts appearing on the chart is when a lot of the move has played out. And to confirm it, it will confirm with a close below 89,224. Then if you look in the past history of confirmed bearish divergences, every single time a bearish divergence has been confirmed, 100% of the time it has marked the end of that cycle. At the very least, like you had one drive bearish divergence here, you could argue it marked the end of the cycle because from that bearish divergence from the wick high to the wick low, you dropped 50, 52, 53%. And then when you had the actual like drive of bearish divergence with two highs, that's when you dropped from how much from the wick high right here, confirmed right there, you dropped 77% from there. So based off the past statistics, we would have to believe that the trend would still continue, and we probably drop somewhere around 50% from this wick high from this candle here, which is at about, bring this down to about $49,000 to $50,000. Let's do the worst case scenario and drop 70% from here, which I don't think is going to happen. That brings us to about $30,000. Very interesting. I don't think that number is happening though.
Farhan, Scott Melker here. Thank you so much for your contribution. Listen, Michael Saylor has instructed me to sell my lever, so that's what I'll be doing right now so that I can keep my Bitcoin going. I don't understand why you're so bearish, but I checked the 4-hour chart, and it's got another bullish divergence. I know I've said this 39 times continuously, but now finally it's rebounding. So, yeah, this is bullish. I don't see any tailwinds. I don't see any headwinds whatsoever on Bitcoin. I'm sorry.
Hey Scott, if you don't like my bearish outlook, my business email is in my DM. You can just hit my line with some tether, and I'll completely flip it to whatever you like.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. I'm heading to a Formula One race with McLaren. It's a great team. Bye.
Sorry, bye, Scott. All right, fuck, he's gone.
Damn it. Hasta luego, Scott. On the 2 week, we have 3 drives about to confirm of bearish divergences, assuming we close below 91,341. That is going to give us a target of hitting the middle zone at a minimum, which is right now sitting around that low to mid $60,000 area, which I believe is going to be our next like major lower bottom. I mean, micro, or what's word I'm trying to look for, local bottom. I don't believe this is going to be a reversal point at that $60,000 area, just a very tradable bounce. And right now, wait, you already mentioned that. On the weekly, we were getting 3 periods of 0% volatility. On the 2 week, we were currently contracting on volatility, which is likely going to start expanding once we start losing that 70. That's what do you call it? Our current low, not that area, about $73,000, $74,000 area. Once we start losing that, then we're likely to start getting some volatility expansion. That likely takes us towards the 60s. On the weekly, we are starting to get that volatility expansion, though. We went above the moving average. We're still below 15%. That 15, how much have we dropped so far? And we're still not really even starting to get above 15%. We went down 21% and we still haven't gotten over 15% on our volatility. So once this volatility setup really starts playing out, we're probably going to dump very hard. maybe straight away towards that $73,000 area before we bounce. That would be a confirmation with a tick below this, wick below the $78,300. Go below there again. Likely this volatility setup is going to continue to or start immediately playing out towards that low $70,000 area. Yeah, not really. Kind of a little bit of a head and shoulders on the RSI. 5 days still playing out that bearish confirmed drive of bearish divergence. Right now we are within the bearish control zone on the RSI. So the next area you could target from there would be the bearish critical zone, which is right now at $49,480, $49,500. Very similar number from before. 3 days still playing out that confirmed drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. To get a continuation of this divergence would be the same number tick below 78,300, and that would bring you towards about the critical zone, which you can't really get any use out of that because the critical zone is at the same number, that's 78. One of those two bearish should give you a target setups. I forgot to mention this. If you notice on the 8-hour, we have a low on the RSI, lower low, higher low RSI, lower low, higher low, giving us 3 possible drives of regular bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. And that will confirm if we can get a close above $87,055. We get a close above there, we'll have 3 drives of regular bullish divergence, and that will give us a minimum target of hitting the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now is sitting at 88,277. I personally believe it's going to wick a little higher than there, towards somewhere around $90,000, maybe $91,000. Max 93 to tap that 100, and then from there, I likely believe that the lower high is going to be in, and we probably start dumping from there. And that will go along with getting our volatility reset for many, many periods of 100%. And let's check out the jewel on the 8-hour. And we are maintaining our buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Also lines up with getting that bounce. 4 hours now started to populate that bullish divergence. We have bullish divergence from this low to this low. And we're gonna get. Thank you, Scott. Much appreciated. Didn't believe you at first, but then I had to pull up the chart. We will confirm that bullish divergence as long as we get a close above $80,950. Get a close above there, that will confirm that bullish divergence. It will flip this God mode jewels buy signal into a light blue cyan. We're going to get that contraction off the double extreme on the volatility, which that would be a mean reversion to the upside, giving us a target of hitting somewhere around this middle zone on the RSI, maybe a little bit higher. That right now is sitting at $88,700. See if it lines up with any of our moving averages. Very close to that 55. 55 is slightly higher. Also gives a little bit of confluence to that slightly higher target than 88,000. Like 90,500 to maybe $93,000. Ding! This is what's going to be significant. What's changed on monthly? It's right now we're just on the verge of getting a monthly volatility set up. We're at 15% on the volatility, right at the zone where we can start expanding from. Last time we expanded on the monthly volatility was during our United States setup of 2023, and then the time before that was during our Luna dump of 2022. But we've only had 2 of these monthly setups happen within the last 3 years, and one of them has been to the upside and one of them has been to the downside. As of right now, we are flipping monthly momentum down, and we will stay to the downside as long as we're closing below $92,750, making it extremely likely this is going to be one of those setups that happened in 2022, because the comparable thing is monthly volatility, monthly momentum is pointed down, whereas in the United States setup, monthly momentum is pointed up. And not only that, but monthly momentum is flipping down and losing the critical zone. Last time we had monthly momentum flip down and lose the critical zone was also during that 50% dump of spring of 2021. You can call that like a mini bear market, because it's kind of hard to say that it's a correction when it's dropped almost 60% in price. It's more along the lines to call it a mini bear market than to say that that's just a short-term correction. And let's see if I can take a line from whenever we started flipping down and losing the critical zone. And not only that, what we're going to confirm in the next 8.5 hours, it's when monthly momentum flips down, we have a lower high than we did right here, but price made a higher high, giving you confirmed monthly bearish divergence on the stochastic momentum. And that's going to happen in 8.5 hours. Also, we've never had a single time where we've had a monthly bearish divergence on the stochastic, like the RSI, and it wasn't the end of the cycle. Never had a single time. Lost the critical zone right there. Let's see. This is not going to be that many of these. This is a very high time frame. Lost it right there. Lost it right there. Now let's zoom in on these and see how much it would move down. It was every single one. Oh shit, what is that? Why did my screen go black? There we go. I think what I'm gonna do when I'm in Houston for my brother's birthday early March, just gonna buy myself another computer there and not pay that insane tax that they have here.
What do you mean? There's tariffs in Mexico on the United States products? That's crazy.
No,
That's
impossible.
the other way around. No. It's the other way around. Trump is the orange bad guy. No, what a bad guy.
Oh, guys, by the way.
No, I'm sorry. All right, Scott, thank you.
We went down 53% of the first time that happened. And this is not even the bearish divergence. This is just losing the critical zone on the monthly momentum. 53%. And these are the ones that give you literally zero drawdown too. 81.8%. $50, 51%. So the low end seems to be 50%, the high end is 80%. Let's do it from this candle's high and drop 50%. Brings us to about $50,000 right along this wick low over here. Makes a lot of sense to get a short-term bounce somewhere close to that area. Make people think it's going to be a higher low, bounce a little bit, and then nuke through there. And let's apply 80% out. Probably feel like this number is not going to play out because it doesn't agree with my bias. But it's sitting at $19,000 to $20,000. Probably feel like that number is not going to get revisited because if we go back to $19,000 again, this shit's probably going to $9,000. Because most people forget there is a CME gap in that $9,000 area. And then the next CME gap is in the 3,000. 2 week is also flipping down on momentum, also giving us stochastic bearish divergence, and it's going to be down as long as we're below $100,000. Weekly, with that volatility set up, we got a derp of death, and we're flipped down, losing the bullish control zone, and we're flipped down below $105,000, $104,600, $104,600. 5 days with giving us that confirmed volatility setup. Volatility is at 21.8%. Momentum is pointed down within the bearish control zone as long as we're below 95,100. 2 days, well, flipping down with a volatility expansion, and we're going to be flipped down below 85,900. Daily is now expanding for many periods of 0%, getting a little bit high, getting upwards of 91% on the volatility as of right now. We are breaking into the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 88,800. Lower time frames is where we're now starting to look a little bullish. But we're starting to get volatility contractions still above the moving average, just about to start contracting from 2 periods of extremes, or from a double extreme, and 2 periods of 100%. Very likely from here is where you get the mean reversion. And since it expanded to the downside, the mean reversion will bounce to the upside. And momentum is flipping back up, making bullish divergence and bouncing right at the edge of the critical zone as long as you're above $81,500. So as of right now, the higher time frames are starting to shift bearish. Monthly is starting to flip to the downside, about to confirm in the next 8 hours, 8.5 hours, that bearish divergence. Is going to quarterly is going to have possible bearish divergence, which this monthly bearish divergence is very likely to bleed into the quarterly bearish divergence. The 2-week is now starting to flip down along with the monthly. The weekly is flipped down. Basically, every single time frame is now in agreement with each other to the downside. The only time frame that's leaning bullish right now is the 4-hour and the 8-hour, with the 4 hours flipping up, giving you bullish divergence. The 8 hours giving you 3 drives of bullish divergence. It ties into the bias from that right now from that CME gap. We probably get a pretty nice bull trap where it bounces from that $78,000 area to somewhere around like 90,000, possibly upwards of 93,000. Very, very high probability that we're going to put in a lower high there and dump from that $90,000 to $93,000 area towards very low 70s. Maybe get another bounce there, and then eventually I would expect it to go down towards somewhere around $60,000 before we get any type of like real decent bounce. And eventually I expect it to go towards somewhere around mid to low 40s. That's where I think the actual bottom is going to be.
Oh, one more time. Oh, Scott.
Yeah.
Somebody put Scott on suicide watch.
But it's so weird. It's so weird to see the same circle play out over and over and over and over again. It's fucking crazy. And seems like no one learns anything.
Gotta hand it to the man that called out 108K as the local top.
Almost. I mean, it went to 109, so fuck me, but closer now. We're getting closer to these.
We're getting better.
Yeah, we're getting better. Hey, at least I didn't buy $105,000 with everything I got and then just fucking ate it all the way down. All righty. So that was awesome. Thank you so much. This is, by the way, incredible fucking signals. Incredible. Like, this trade is so good. We're going to do ETH after and then Solamis.
I can do Sol. Because it's actually prepping for a trade here soon.
Yes. So. Yes. Thank you, boys.
Yeah.
Can the devs do something?
I'll tell them to correct the price. Don't worry about it. I'm working with them. Ok, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Bitcoin. La pregunta del siglo es: ¿se acabó el ciclo alcista o no? Y a nosotros nos da absolutamente igual. Lo único que tenemos que saber es para dónde está, a qué lado le está dando preferencia la tendencia, y por ahora es bajista. Y eso no quiere decir, entender esto no quiere decir que simplemente todo se va a ir para abajo el día de hoy, para que lo sepan. No, quiere decir que vamos a encontrar rebotes como el que encontramos ahora con este gran trade que nos metió Alex en ETA, a todos los miembros de la comunidad, señales de alerta, alertas de trade, etcétera. Felicidades, entramos aquí abajito y ahora estamos en $84,000. Nada mal. Entonces, importante saber esto porque queremos asegurarnos que estar del lado correcto. Una vez más, cuando estás en un mercado alcista, lo más fácil es hacer un long. Cuando estás en este tipo de mercados, los más fáciles es hacer un corto, excepto cuando estás en extremos para los longs. Y es justamente el escenario en el que estamos ahora. Vamos a analizar el precio de Bitcoin, que está cotizando un poquito abajo de los $84,000 en este momento. Vamos a empezar con la de 3 meses, como siempre, darles una buena estirada a nuestros números para poder tener esto. Número 1, lo primero que tenemos que notar, obviamente tenemos buena estructura alcista, sin lugar a dudas. Tenemos este doble tope a $109,300. Nada mal, con altos históricos, tienes bajos más altos en todos lados. Muy bien. O sea, esto se ve alcista. De nuevo, no es bueno considerar tu bias hacia dónde va el mercado cuando estás viendo este tipo de temporalidades. Lo único que estás haciendo es el zoom out para ver dónde estás parado en el ciclo total. ¿Por qué? Porque para, por ejemplo, cerrar esta vela falta 1 mes y 4 días, que es bastante tiempo. Entonces, más allá de tener un buen setup de volatilidad, para los que están apenas llegando con nosotros, aprendiendo con nosotros, nuestra volatilidad la medimos con un indicador que se llama BBWP. Es gratis, lo puedes picar acá y le pones BBWP, B de bebé, bebé, o sea, dos bebés, W, P de pedo, y con eso te aparece esto. Ahora, la volatilidad es literalmente la línea de colores, la que cambia de colores, y el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Nuestra parte de arriba, esta línea es el 100%, la parte azul de abajo es el 0%, y esta línea verde para nosotros es simplemente en el 15% para saber cuando tenemos un trade interesante, que la volatilidad también nos dé un buen cero para apoyarlo. En esto, la volatilidad está expandiendo, lo que quiere decir que está expandiendo, empujando el precio en la dirección en la que está, y esto es alcista todavía. La volatilidad en esta temporalidad de 3 meses todavía no ha cambiado, está en 53% y continúa subiendo, pero el promedio ahí va fuertemente detrás de ella. Ok, bien, tenemos ya eso fuera de acá. Vamos rápido a la mensual. Ahora, aquí en la mensual tenemos que poner mucha atención. La primera llamada está acá perdiendo el promedio del 5 en los 86,849. Y la llamada de atención más grande para todos en este tipo de escenarios, y lo que todos tienen que saber es, la divergencia bajista mensual estaba... se iba a dar por debajo de $92,000. Ese número bajó hoy a $89,000, 89,500 o lo que sea por ahí. Si no podemos llegar hoy al cierre en 8 horas y 18 minutos y superar los 89,000, esta divergencia bajista que en realidad ya se populó en el RSI, normalmente, no normalmente, 100% de las veces es el tope del ciclo. Entonces, si esto por alguna razón supera los $90,000 hoy, antes de que pasen 8 horas y 17 minutos, podemos continuar alcistas de a madre, ¿ok? Que quede claro. Pero viendo cómo está la cosa, se ve un poco difícil que en 8 horas haga eso. Ahora, si en 8 horas hace eso, toda la gente en el lead que entró en este long de Bitcoin va a ser una puta fortuna y muy rápido. Así que espero que me manden algo. Bueno, voy a tomar crédito, como siempre, ¿no? Ser productor, no soy el director, no soy el escritor, no soy nada, pero soy el que toma crédito por hacer todo. Lo mismo por acá. Me mandan unos chocolatitos, no seas así, Rosita. Unas conchas, pero Bimbo, no de las otras, que me meten en problemas. Por ahora en la mensual venimos, siempre decimos que en una tendencia mensual estar por encima del 9 es alcista. Todavía estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo venimos a tapear por acá, está en los $79,858 y llegamos a alcanzar a un bajo, para dárselos exacto, de $78,167 en esta vela mensual de Bitcoin. Esta no es una vela bajista en sí. La razón por qué es porque no es más grande que la vela verde de antes. Esto simplemente es ahora sí que una vela roja. No hay técnicamente nada de ello. Ahora, la cosa para mí fue esta. Cuando veo este tipo de vela, tengo que dar 7 velas para ver si me vas a confirmar esta vela. Y esta es, la verde es la primera y esta es la segunda. Con cerrar por debajo esta línea en los 91,000, ¿cuál es el cierre más bajo? 91,271. Y esto va a pasar hoy, en 8 horas y 16 minutos. Si cerramos por debajo de esto, estarías confirmando esta vela de tope, y eso, digo, más allá de la divergencia bajista, pues es otra señal que ayuda a apoyar nuestro bias en este momento, que es a la baja en total en el precio de Bitcoin. Creemos que estamos en un tope local. Local, no estamos diciendo que se va a ir a cero ni nada de esas mamadas, ¿ok? Desde que vengan, ¡oh, güey! Con eso dicho, vamos a analizar volatilidad. Volatilidad está yéndose para abajo para preparar un buen cero potente en esta tabla mensual. Hemos visto a la volatilidad rebotar por esta zona más o menos antes. Nos encantaría que entrara en 15% y que diera un putazo para arriba. Eso es lo que nosotros esperamos en un cero perfecto. Pero esa es la mensual. Más allá de eso, voy a ponerles el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver dónde estamos parados en esto. En esta jugada, brother. Pueden ver que estamos por debajo de la media. La media está en 91,856. Ese rechazo de la media nos debería de llevar al promedio del 9, que fue lo primero que hizo, y rebotamos. De perder el promedio del 9, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja de la zona azul, pueden ver, coincide con mi línea meme en los $69,000, básicamente. Nice. Si llegamos a este punto, sería, más bien, esto sería lo normal, esperando esto con un cierre. En realidad, En realidad, con un cierre por debajo de los 79,900. Por ahora nos va a dejar esperando y vamos a ver qué hace. Disculpen, tragué mucho sushi ayer. Me estaba dando una indigestión de las buenas. Ok, en la de 2 semanas, esta es el gráfico que me gusta más porque esta fue la que me hizo primero pensar que esto había valido queso. Fue este gran rechazo de la media de la zona azul. Ese rechazo nos llevó a perder el promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas, el promedio del 9 y rebotar en el 21. Ahora estamos entrando en la zona verde. La zona verde, ya tocamos la parte baja en los 78,783, pero de perder esa zona, una vez más, los 79,000 que vimos en la mensual también, eso nos diría que vamos a ir a visitar el 34, que está en los 71, o mi línea meme, que coincide con el 78,6%, una vez más en los $69,000, para agregar confluencia a ese análisis. Semanal, completo rechazo de la media desde antes, fue la que nos advirtió que esto iba a pasar, perdiendo justamente con esta vela la semana pasada el promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5. Hemos tenido una caída brutal, rompimos la parte baja de la zona azul junto con el promedio del 21 que estaba en esta línea meme, en los 88,000, casi $89,000, y caímos hasta esta parte de la zona verde en el 78,6% casi, pero hicimos un front run de ello y ahora estamos rangueando en la zona verde entre el 50 y el 61,8%. De perder en 2 días, 9 horas, los $82,000, vamos probablemente a visitar la parte de abajo en los 74,000 y de no aguantar los 74,000, los 69 volverían a aparecer una vez más en la zona del 88,3%. Además, volatilidad está preparando un setup de aquellos, de los buenos. Nos encanta ver esto, volatilidad nula por 3 periodos. Esto es 1, 2, 3 semanas sin volatilidad. Está por encima ya del promedio, lo pueden ver aquí, ¿no? Cómo se está sumando el pequeño nepe de la volatilidad por encima del promedio. Y ahora lo que vamos a esperar es a que expanda. Una vez que la volatilidad pase de este 15% y vaya para arriba, ahí es donde consideraremos la dirección en la que está dándose el movimiento, y normalmente este tipo de setups de volatilidad nos dan un movimiento de 30 a 35%. Vamos a jugarle por ahora, que nos lo da tal cual acá. Vamos a dar un 30%, que nos llevaría a $58,000. Un 35% nos llevaría a 54. Pero voy a medir esto desde arriba para no ser injusto con el precio, brother. Acá está. 30% me da justamente los 66, la zona del 88,3, y 35% me da justo el EMA 100 en la semanal, en los $62,000. Así que ahí estamos viendo esta belleza, entrar en la zona azul, romper hacia la alza, volver a caer en la zona azul, rechazo de la media y para abajo vamos. Vamos a ver la de 5 días, que era el que nos estaba dando el setup más bonito de todos. ¡Pum! Expandiendo ante esta bajada. Esto es un setup de los láseres espaciales que tienen en Israel para acabar con todos los misiles. Eso quiere decir que es a la baja. Tienes periodos de nula volatilidad, tienes la volatilidad más allá de la nula, por debajo del 15%, y por fin dándote un cero. Perfecto acá. Y este setup comienza justamente acá. Voy a poner una línea para que vean. Está apoyando el movimiento a la baja de esta deliciosa volatilidad. Así que ahí lo están viendo, damas y caballeros. Este gran bajón podría continuar tranquilamente mucho más para abajo. Vamos a ver exactamente qué tanto. Aquí es donde está el cero de volatilidad, un 35%. Un 30% nos lleva a los 63, 35% nos lleva a los 58. Ahora, recuerden, estas cosas no se van a dar, no es 100% garantizado, es lo que ha pasado en el pasado. Lo que sí tiene más probabilidades de pasar que no. ¿Tiene sentido? Recuerden que todo esto se trata de probabilidades, no de adivinar y simplemente reaccionar a lo que está pasando. Es la manera más sencilla de poder hacer dinero en este mercado tan delicioso. Ok, esto nos empieza a decir en la de 2 días que estamos llegando a niveles ridículos. Esto fue lo que nos dijo más o menos que teníamos que entrar en este long, porque ya viendo que estamos en la zona de casi 95%, solo te quedaban 5% de probabilidades de continuar cayendo. Y acá fue donde abrimos ese grandioso long que ahora está bastante saludable y por ahora nos está dando un front run de rechazo. la zona del 78.6%. Lo pueden ver acá. Todavía no hemos llegado, pero también acá tienes el promedio del 100. Esto va a ser crítico, porque esto podría ser un bearish retest de esta zona y después mandarte para abajo, ¿eh? Ahí yo pondría, es más, si me dan un segundo, voy a llevar dinerito. No tengo que hacerme el puto héroe. ¿Dónde está esto? En los 85,600. 85,600. Ok. Les digo, a mí no me interesa hacer una fortuna en un solo trade. Prefiero llevarme ya ganancias aseguradas. Y pues ahí vamos. Ahí vamos por acá. Vamos a ver cómo nos trata esta zona. Esto va a ser una zona crítica para el precio de Bitcoin, para estar checando. En tu tabla de 2 días, ve tu promedio del 100 y vamos a ver si ese EMA nos va a rechazar, que es la zona del 78.6%. De rechazarnos, tenemos que ver a dónde se mueven estas bandas. Si llegan a bajar más, eso es muy bajista. Si no pasa eso y continuamos, rompemos a la alza, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los $89,000, justamente por donde está el promedio del 5, y una vez que logramos pasar por allá, tendremos chance, muy probablemente, de ir a visitar el promedio del 9, los 91,357. Nosotros pensamos que por acá más o menos es donde encontraríamos el rechazo. Este sería el rechazo y el corto más hermoso de toda la historia, porque eso nos pondría que un bajo más bajo y daría continuación a otra bandera bajista y nos llevaría aún más para abajo para aprovechar este movimiento delicioso. Espérenme. En la de 2 días, volatilidad continúa expandiendo ante esta caída potente. Lo pueden ver acá. Voy a poner una línea vertical y acá pueden ver, pum, 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 la caída. La volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero vean, está en 64.29%. Próximo lugar, no, ya pasamos esta zona. Vamos a ver si en el 78% podemos romper a la alza y va a dar continuación esto. Por ahora continúa con este velazo rojo. Interesante, interesante. Aunque esta vela en la parte de abajo del precio normalmente indicaría un rebote, pero todavía falta un día y 9 horas para cerrar, así que esta puede cambiar de sabor, ¿no? Puede cambiar. Uy, en la diaria. Teníamos nuestro setup de volatilidad que resultó ser a la baja. Ahora la volatilidad no está expandiendo tan fuerte, pero continúa expandiendo en el 90.87%. Qué tremendo setup acá. Y ahora, esta caída nos aguantó el S&P 200 en los 81,995. Eso quiere decir, no tuvimos ningún cierre por debajo y no lo hemos tenido todavía. Vean cómo justamente estamos aguantando la zona esmeralda por acá. Bueno, no es la zona esmeralda, es la zona amarillona verde. Esta zona amarillona verde de perder los 83,982 en este cierre en 8 horas y 6 días, de cerrar por debajo de esto, nos daría una visita una vez más a los $82,000, que es el S&P 200, y de no aguantar a los 78 una vez más. Y si estamos viendo eso en otras temporalidades, eso nos estaría diciendo básicamente en la semanal, si perdemos los 78, que nuestro siguiente objetivo son los 74, si es que hay ese rechazo en la diaria. Así que pongan muchísima atención ahí. Vamos a ver rápido la Tether, que es lo que hemos estado hablando con ustedes una y otra vez. Yo creo que Tether nos cuenta una fotografía bastante sencilla. Pueden ver que venimos de este punto donde pensamos que era, donde probablemente estamos encontrando un fondo, y podemos ver también la volatilidad expandir en la semanal en 35% ante este belongo, y ya fuimos a testear el S&P 200 creando bajos más altos, altos más altos. Siguiente objetivo, romper y cerrar por encima del 100 y el 200, pero el siguiente objetivo debería ser los 5,91%. De ahí, una vez conquistado, el 6.4%. Y recuerden, la relación de Bitcoin-Tether es simplemente la contraria. Si Tether, la dominancia de Tether, que son monedas estables, que quiere decir el dólar, si la dominancia de las monedas estables es potente, eso quiere decir que entonces la gente está vendiendo su Bitcoin para tener monedas estables. Es una manera bastante sencilla de verlo. Y es lo que estamos justamente viendo acá con ese cero potente de volatilidad. También la volatilidad continúa expandiendo acá en la de 2 días. Ahora, este no fue un cero perfecto, pero está expandiendo desde acá, desde el 56.62%, y ahora va a la alza con fuerza. Interesante, creando esta vela topera. Vamos a ver cómo cierra. Todavía le falta un día y 9 horas. A ver qué nos dice, si podríamos ir a buscar un bajo por acá una vez más, para después crear un alto más alto, después de crear un bajo más alto, que no nos sorprendería para nada. diaria en la dominancia de Tether estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, que ya estamos llegando a extremos, lo que me hace sospechar exactamente lo que les estaba diciendo. Aunque recuerden, podemos estar en extremos como esto es un 100%, periodos de 100% hasta acá arriba. Eso sería demasiado potente. Si se llega a dar, eso quiere decir que va a haber continuación. De que esta volatilidad se voltee y empiece a contraer, nos diría que probablemente vamos a consolidar por acá o encontrar un bajo más alto en probablemente el nivel del 4,67%, lo que nos ayudaría con el rebote en nuestro long de Bitcoin en este momento en la academia. Ok. Y la dominancia de Bitcoin también era muy, muy importante. Ahorita les voy a enseñar la tabla de Bitcoin limpia, ¿ok? Para que puedan ver los niveles deliciosos. Dominancia de Bitcoin creando bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Había creado este alto más alto y después de crear bajos más altos continúa un alto más alto. Dominancia de Bitcoin continuando a la alza nos diría, y ahora importante, porque en la diaria estamos perdiendo o estamos intentando retomar nuestro promedio del 9 y nuestro promedio del 5 y también el del 21. Una vez retomado, si esto llega a darse por encima del 60.99%, vas a ir a testear esto a ver si lo puedes romper en el 62% y muy probablemente el 62.3%. Dominancia de Bitcoin fuerte también nos indica que todas las altcoins van a valer absolutamente Mauser comparado con Bitcoin todavía y que esto sigue simplemente a la baja. Normalmente en un mercado bajista de Bitcoin con dominancia de Bitcoin fuerte es cuando tienes esos mercados bajistas potentes. Y vamos a regresar a Bitcoin simplemente en la tabla limpia para que lo puedan ver y justamente aquí están mis niveles. ¿Ok? Estos son los rangos que me encantan. Me encanta simplificar tablas. La razón por qué es porque una vez que encuentras rangos, es muy fácil poder tradearlos. Les voy a poner, lo tenía en la diaria, lo voy a poner en la semanal. ¿Es esta? Sí, esta es mi tabla de Ethereum. Bastante, o sea, aquí arriba vendes, aquí abajo compras o en la parte baja del rango. Me parece que Bitcoin era la buena. Sí, acá, en la semanal. Ahora, ¿qué estamos esperando? Justamente si ponen atención, esto es lo que sería la media de esta distancia. Es casi la media, donde se está aguantando el precio por acá. Entonces, este rango puede que lo empecemos a tomar y si tomamos este rango, va a ser interesante vender la zona de los 88 y va a ser interesante hacer long en la zona de los 69. Vamos a ver qué tanto respeta este rango. Pero ya entrando acá, este chopeo, de nuevo, todas las oportunidades que se tomaron aquí arriba, ¿no? Déjenme acerco esto. Todas estas oportunidades que se tomaron en este rango de aquí arriba pueden ser aprovechadas también en este rango aquí abajo. Y esto es lo que me gusta de estos mercados. Encuentras tu rango y lo juegas. Encuentras tu rango y lo juegas. Vamos a buscar este rango que no hemos tocado, que es interesante también. Pueden ver cómo hay literalmente solo aire. Este es el ciclo del 2021, el ciclo completo. Desde ahí hemos intentado romper este rango. Una vez que rompimos, entramos con fuerza. Pero una vez que caímos, no me sorprendería tener el mismo tipo de reacción en esta zona. Y la razón por qué es porque, de nuevo, hay aire, solamente aire acá. Hay un intercambio fuerte en los 80.586, pero más allá de eso, nada. O sea, tienes puro aire. Déjame ver por qué tenía acá justamente. Y esta sería tu media del rango, más o menos por acá. Vamos a ver dónde rebota esta vela. Vamos a tener una mejor idea pronto de qué rango vamos a usar y cómo lo vamos a dividir, pero acá empieza a pintar que esta parte va a ser la sólida, por ahí de los $80,000. Sí, por ahí de los $80,000 para este rango. Así que continuamos en este momento siendo alcistas en corto plazo. La razón por qué es porque estamos viendo tabla de 4 horas, se ve bastante bien, empieza a crear lo que nos da esperanza, formación alcista. Probablemente el siguiente objetivo sean los 85.700, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 21. Y si nos queremos poner un poco más degenerados, ahí es también donde está nuestro 34 y por acá. Esto es lo que nos está haciendo pensar que estamos ante un rebote fuerte y volatilidad está en extremos en este momento. Así que vamos a ver hasta dónde podemos llegar con nuestro long, damas y caballeros. Aquí lo tienen. Bitcoin para todos ustedes en el Trading Academy y felicidades una vez más a todos los que trabajan en esta operación. Recuerden siempre llevarse sus ganancias, por favor. Acaba de cerrar esta vela por acá. Vamos a ver cómo se comporta. Vientos. All righty, Alex, what do you got? I'm sorry, Ethereum?
Solana. Yeah.
Salamis, I'm sorry. Perfect.
Check this out. Because last time I looked at it, it was looking actually really good. So let's take a look. We understood that essentially that 136 bottom of the range is very crucial for Solana to hold, specifically on a daily. We tried to give a long out. I believe it was right here. We popped up. It was nice. Went to 140. Unfortunately, rejected that, and then that's where it hit our stop at 131. But as you can see, this is an altcoin, and they're very volatile, and they also are very fucky. So with the daily, you can see we lost support, then quickly reclaimed it, and then a major liquidity grab down. And now today we're putting in a very nice hammerhead to the upside while holding support. So I'm potentially going to want to actually look at Solana as going all the way at minimum to the daily 9. And then it's just like what I was saying before. If we can start reclaiming this daily 9, it's a very good chance we can get a move all the way back up to 169, 170. That's where I want to pay attention for a potential Solana short. That makes sense. I mean, if we look at the HPDR, you can see here, it makes it very easy for us because if we reclaim the daily EMA 9, that'd give us a good chance to at least test the 38.2%. Getting back into that range would give us the measured move to $169. So it's not totally out of the question to see a move all the way back to that zone, but especially since we understand kind of how Sol likes to move around here. When we lose this support at 169, major moves down to the next support zone, each and every time. So we definitely know Sol can move and have the potential to do that up or down. And so ideally in this idea, we get the move all the way to 169. But remember, the monthly is pretty bearish, especially since we're closing that today. The hopium is that, we're holding right now the bottom of the 38.2%, the EMA 21's holding. But remember, if the EMA 21 holds, that could just give us, the likelihood of us at least testing the monthly 9, especially since we know here that monthly 9 has been holding very strong for Solana this entire bull market. As we can see right now, that monthly 9 is at 173. So I do suspect, into March, this could easily move down closer to that 169, 170 mark, right around the daily EMA 9. So that's kind of what's cooking for Solana right now. I do think we are at the extreme lows on the HPDR, so a bounce here does make sense. The hard part is just all about timing. You can see here volatility really started to expand on the daily, and that caused price to really nuke. Now what we're doing is we're potentially losing the moving average, telling me that this daily volatility can actually start coming down. The inverse, relationship would occur, which would mean that if this starts coming down, this could give us a nice move on Solana. I mean, if volatility was expanding and price was going down, if we start resetting volatility, this could cause price to go up. But remember, it's all really just going to be dependent on that daily 9 to kind of guide us. You can see here on the 2 week though, we are losing the 34. So their bearishness is granted and very welcomed for Sol. And yes, I know we can move very hard to the upside, but I'm essentially going to be looking at this region as a major short opportunity. We even see here on the 2 week, we often hit the bottom of support around here, around the 133 to like 140 region. And each time, the occurrence led, as long as we held above that zone, back a move back up to that 170 region. That's always been just very key for Solana to either reclaim or hold. So it definitely makes sense, especially since we reclaimed it here, we were holding it as support. To actually get a move, and potentially test this zone and then reject, specifically if we know that the monthly EMA 9 got lost. But that doesn't mean that this still isn't tradable. And, from what I'm looking at, Solana potentially could be putting in a 20% move to the upside fairly fast. It lines up exactly with what I see on Bitcoin, which all this would do is just give us another lower high on the overall, downtrend, which, we've gotten the lower low. It would make sense to get the lower high specifically right around the monthly 9 and that 170. It's a major support zone, ideally flipped into resistance. Let's say the 2 months closing actually. 2-month hopium is, yeah, we're still holding the 2-month 9. Came down to there, got a nice bounce. Bulls are essentially going to try to make the argument that as long as we hold above 140, and consolidate, then that ideally can start moving them up. But with what we know with just the lower time frames, it definitely, I mean, if let's say Solana starts reclaiming above 170 again on a monthly close, okay, cool, this will start looking good. But I mean, this is potentially a major 2-month topping candle on top of the monthly EMA 9 getting lost for the first time in the whole bull market. On top of that, if we just view the daily, let me just make sure all my moving averages are set. We're just heavily away from all the major moving averages I look at, specifically the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. And I do believe we were talking about the weekly here. And so Solana losing that EMA 34 was a big spot for me. I mean, I believe I talked about that. That was a major point we wanted to at least see hold. That way we can make a move back up to the potentially weekly 9. And then from there, we can see if we can hold it or not. You can just see once we lost that, it just rejected us all the way down. Often when you lose that EMA 34, you go to the EMA 100. That's exactly what we got here on the weekly. So it makes sense we're getting a bounce around here, but I mean, the fact that we were already at the weekly EMA 100 really does show the weakness in Solana. We're actually getting, the weekly volatility firing off now. And I do think we're getting a 2-week. Let me check that. Now 2-week is starting to reset, but the weekly is still firing off, and it's still very healthy. And that this weekly view kind of just ties into why that 130 region is extremely important for Solana. I mean, you can just see the lows here. It's constantly been holding, and anytime we get above it and actually hold it as support, we generally get expansion. Now this zone, the weekly EMA 100 reaching the 130 zone is very important, because if we start losing this 130, or specifically that weekly EMA 100, it's going to really increase the chances of us going down to the low 100s on Solana, which would be a pretty dramatic dump from the all-time high. I mean, we're potentially talking about a 69% dump on Sol. So that's kind of why I'm paying attention to Solana, because I do think we can trade it up, and I definitely think we can trade this down. It's just more a matter of patience. They're 100% bearish. Bears are in control in this chart. We even see here the weekly EMA 9s crossing under the 21. That doesn't happen in a very long time on Solana. I'm actually curious, when was the last time this did occur? I mean, maybe here. No, it just never uncrossed, really. These weekly crosses, the 9 and the 21, are actually kind of significant for Sol, as I'm looking at. Generally, as we know, they gear for the silver crosses, but we can see here when the weekly 9 crossed under the 21, led to a very aggressive dump. We then got the silver cross to the downside, and then that's, again, what just moved Sol aggressively down. We then see when the 9 crossed above the 21, that's really what started to move price up. Obviously got above the EMA 100. That was your, that's always good. And then we can see the silver cross occurred, and then we continued to move up. Now what we see is, the 9 has crossed under the 21. This is potentially gearing up for a weekly silver cross. As I showed here, the last 2 occurrences were pretty dramatic, both up and down. And as it stands, like I said, this potentially could, easily give us a move up. But once we get to that 170, that's going to be the big test, because, we easily could test 170 and then reject. The difference between here and where we're at now is, if you can notice, we were always flirting with the EMA 34. So, we'd bounce from the 21, get above 140, make a major move up, totally not out of Solana's characteristic, reject the 170s, and then make a major move down, hit the EMA 34. What you notice here is, we're heavily below those now. Only hopium is just that the EMA 100 holds around here. But where we are getting caught in this EMA range, we don't have that. And potentially into next week, we might even have these moving averages going against price, meaning we could potentially see that EMA 9 move all the way down closer to that 170. So as it stands for now, though, I do think Solana potentially is putting in a local bottom. I do think we should be watching the daily very closely. This daily forming a hammerhead potentially could bode well for us, because if we're going into that idea that this is some local bottom, Bitcoin's going to get a major bounce off the monthly EMA 9, then it could actually be wise to be paying attention here, because we could just get the same exact setup that I was watching just the other day, which was, okay, we're now reclaiming potentially that 140. What I'd want to see is, and this now unfortunately will make the invalidation very tight, so I'll have to use very low leverage, but when you're potentially getting a 25% move, what I'd want to see is a move like this. We reclaim 140, we go back down to the 135 region, act as a spring, and then we make our move up to the EMA 9. We can reclaim that EMA 9. That'll be good confirmation to get the move up to 169. From there, we can close longs and potentially be on short watch. That to me still seems very likely. Like I said, the timing, the invalidations, all that's going to be more harder down here because of just where we're at with the weekly EMA 100 and the fact that it's an altcoin. These don't often trade as clean as Bitcoin. But as long as we are above 136, this seems likely to me. Now, remember, though, we can't disregard that the daily does have a silver cross, so we have to really be mindful of this daily 9, especially since it's been consistently rejecting us here. But get above there, I do think that could really give us a good, confluence to move up. And, like I mentioned before, we're getting confluence of that EMA 21, the daily median, and that 170 meme line all around the same zone. So even if, let's say, the daily 9 gets reclaimed, and you'd kind of expect it, you'd always be cautious, especially when we move up. But I mean, it's been holding price down and giving shorts such an easy ride down that you have to really wonder if we end up really bouncing from this major support zone. Remember, each time this zone holds, we often get big moves up on Sol. You have to really wonder if we're going to maybe break this EMA 9 and go up to the 21, but then that'll be the second place for the silver cross to actually reject us. So, I mean, Solana is definitely on my radar now. We have to really gauge what the daily is going to do. We have to see if Bitcoin's going to hold and reclaim, hold, especially the daily SMA 200. But for now, crypto markets still look like it can give us a bigger bounce. And you're going to want to gauge and really watch Solana, specifically if you're trading Bitcoin, because if this starts moving up and looking bullish, often we've been seeing Solana kind of move before Bitcoin. So the idea would be that, Sol will bottom a little before Bitcoin and start moving up. We start seeing that while Bitcoin's still consolidating around the SMA 200. Could just be good confluence of maybe the market as a whole potentially brewing a bigger move. Now I'll quickly look at Sol BTC pair. And let's see. What did I have here? Okay. So we talked about potentially, I believe we talked about these lows holding here on Sol BTC. We talked about a move back down to the dotted line as support. We'd expect that. But then we just kind of want to start seeing that hold and us not take out the low. And that's kind of just the same criteria here. We see Sol BTC is starting to move up. The 12-hour is starting to break above the 38.2%. But be mindful about that EMA 34 on the 12-hour. That's right around major resistance, right around 18284. It'll be important to get above that, because if we can get above the 18284, you actually could be potentially then brewing a daily breakout. We'd have to then look at the daily EMA 34, but get above that, then yeah, I mean, we can make a move all the way up to the EMA 100. And again, this could go nicely with our Solana analysis. Maybe Sol catches a bigger move. 20% move's pretty massive, so we're gonna need Sol BTC to cooperate here. Again, yeah, you'd even gauge like kind of a move up. At least very minimum test the monthly EMA 34. But I mean, this monthly chart kind of shows this is very bearish on Sol. You're losing that EMA 34 in the monthly. This is now entering bear market criteria, in my opinion. You're in a monthly downtrend. You can even see the monthly median is heavily up. Now, remember, this won't go down only, but it's like if we see these levels on Sol, if it doesn't hold, it's really going to be it's really not going to be good for Sol, specifically if 130 doesn't hold. And the fact that the weekly is already losing that SMA 200 is not good. So then we have to shift gears and let's just say, yeah, I mean, if that 2-week EMA 100 really doesn't hold and Sol on Tether loses that 136, it's really like going to start looking like Sol BTC is at least going to start testing these lows here. We haven't really tested since like the bear market. You can even see the 2-week.
I'm sorry, even on the weekly chart, it's crazy and catch my eye that we're testing the EMA 100. And that's kind of when it started to populate, like the first time we've had that. I mean, it started right off the breakout and it only went to spring off of it to continue to go. But if we lose this could be major too. And it's at $137.
Oh, you're talking on Sol Tether.
On Sol. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. So like that's the point. Like we're gonna want to start seeing, bulls pick up here. And it's just like that on Bitcoin too at the monthly 9. But yeah, if Sol really starts losing that weekly EMA 100, major collapse in my opinion to $100. You're talking about, potentially from that point a 25-26% move. But ideally, we've had 3-6 weeks of literally down only. We should expect some mean reversion bounce here, and that would make sense to me. And taking that closer to that 170, and even 170, if we just forget about the 9 for a minute, it would make sense. I mean, the SMA 200 was very strong support on Sol on the daily. Get a move up to there, and currently it's at 185. So like you could hypothetically move all the way up there, but if we reject 170, that'll just be the easier trade in my opinion. Good amount of things telling me 170 to 169 is a good spot to be looking for a major short on Sol, and we could potentially take that to $100. I definitely want to be short, bias on Solana, specifically when Sol BTC looks like it's in a bear market now, and it's in a monthly downtrend. Now, we can, like I said, get a move up here, but that doesn't mean we're in a bull market. And the whole point of bull traps is to make bulls think that, oh no, this is it. I missed the bottom. I need to FOMO in. They start scaling longs at 170 Solana because your favorite influencer is talking about 215, 200 is going to get hit on Sol. And then we just violently reject the 170 mark. But it's an altcoins. Remember, we can obviously go up a little higher, but that's just where trend will come into play. So let's just look. Yeah, I mean, jeez. Yeah, I mean, I just laugh because it's just like so hard for bulls to flip this 2-week uptrend. I mean, downtrend back up. I mean, you'd have to go all the way up to like $220 on Sol. So, and then make the higher low and then go up. So gauge the lower high at 170. If you are long on Solana, watch for 136 on a daily. As long as we're above there, that should go well. And I'm going to be watching very carefully the daily close today because this could be giving a nice long on Solana. It just will really be determined on us watching our levels, understanding where we need to claim, which will be the daily 9 first to get the nice move up to 170. And being able to like flip biases really quick. As soon as we get any kind of bearish, vibes here at 170, I'm quickly gonna sell all longs if we get this move and flip short, max short. Because as we've seen, Solana is kind of the coin you want to be in a bull market, but it's kind of the coin you want to be in a bear market too.
Just on the opposite side.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we are right. The monthly 9 held very nicely. We're now losing it. You should be gauging a move back up to the monthly 9. What was major support should be turned into major resistance. Even on this example here, we rallied up to the monthly 9. Now I understand we had 2 months of just shit, and this is just where like, it's an altcoin. But even here, had you just shorted that monthly 9, I do think, I mean, yeah, that would have paid nicely. I mean, Sol dumped 33%. I can't remember which move happened first, but let's just take it from the close. You still got a 14% move. So it losing its monthly 9 is very not good. And let's just gauge where this monthly 9 goes into March. Ideally, it goes closer to 170. It'll make for the easy short. My plan is to long up with the Academy and short this shit down along with Bitcoin. So hopefully market gods can bless us and we can get that trade. What I was trying to show though is, yeah, when Sol goes bear, I mean, you definitely want to be bearish on Sol and watch closely because this often can give you just some of the easiest shorts. Like, look at this. Lost the 2-week 9, dumped down, held the 34, came all the way up, wicked up. This was a massive shooting star. Okay, cool. You would have popped a short at the 2-week 9. Major collapse. I mean, this was life-changing money at such an easy setup here. You would have caught a 76% short. And you would have been, okay, I'm going to short the 2-week 9 and validation here. It's kind of big, but this should work because we're in a downtrend. And yeah, no, that definitely worked. So that's kind of where we're at with Sol. I mean, that's all I got. I want to just be really mindful of that because if we can long up and short down, could bode pretty well for us and we can make a lot of money here. So, but even here on this rejection, where did we reject? Oh, right around this region here. So it makes sense. This 140 to 145 is very important for Solana. That's why I'm giving you more bulls a range, 136 to like 140. 142 to 136. Daily closes above 136 will at least look okay. We start really reclaiming the daily 9, cool, we can go up to 170. So that's all I got.
Yes indeed, sir. Yes indeed. So you did Solamis. Farhan is doing Ethereum. Then we have XRP and Tesla. So are we bringing back Mr. Garlic Bread?
Yeah, I can do Tesla.
Up to you. All right, sounds good.
Sounds very bueno.
Muy bueno. Muy bueno.
Claro. Thank you, Alex. That was great. Fuck yeah. Solamis, damas y caballeros, Solana, la red favorita del tío Salo, que no tiene nada que ver con el precio, simplemente el uso de la red, ¿ok? Ok, que nos quede claro. Vale. Solana, estamos viéndolo un poco de lejos en la semanal por ahora, en este gran patrón de lo que parecía ser la tasa con la agarradera más potente de toda la historia y un gran fallo a la baja. ¿Por qué les estoy enseñando todo el gráfico? Bastante sencillo. Pueden ver que Solana en esta zona de los 174 tiene una resistencia potente y justamente este velazo fue el primero en decirlo y este rechazo fue el segundo en decirlo. Este fue el tercero, este fue el cuarto y esto, teniendo esta expansión y altos históricos, nos dice que esta zona en Solana es muy importante para el precio. $173 es donde tengo mi línea verde para que lo puedan ver y estábamos tradeando en este rango. Este rango es el que me había gustado para hacer mis trades. Hemos caído de este rango y de esta tendencia alcista. Tenemos un breakdown oficial por acá y nos aguantó el promedio del 100 semanal. Ahora, el promedio del 100 semanal acaba de popular no hace tanto tiempo y la primera vez y única vez que lo tocamos fue acá abajo. Y esto fue en el 2023, en noviembre del 2023 con nuestro cero de jamás. Y ahora estamos retesteándolo por primera vez desde entonces y estamos cayendo por acá, pero nos aguantó. Rebotamos desde 125 y ahora estamos cotizando en 144. Otra cosa importante para notar en Solana, que ya habíamos dicho antes, desde la parte de arriba del ciclo, cuando supimos que esto valió Mauser, básicamente cuando perdimos esta zona. Pero si quieres todavía medirlo más para acá, porque esta vela sí te dio un rebote, lo pueden ver acá. Vamos a medirlo hasta acá abajo. ¿Dónde fue que ya no hubo más? Aquí, 47% abajo, que es la zona de los 137. Una vez que tocó los 137, ¡pum!, para abajo fuerte, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que abajo de 44, 45%, dependiendo de qué temporalidad estés midiendo, fue lo que acabó el mercado alcista de Solana. En este momento estamos 50% abajo del alto histórico. Esto para mí es consideración de que esto se cocinó y lo que estamos haciendo nosotros es ajustando nuestro bias a estar en corto. Eso nos gusta más. Obviamente podemos participar en longs, participar en cortos, porque ahora lo que nosotros estamos esperando, junto con todo el mundo cripto, es consolidación por acá, un buen rebote tal vez a la zona de los 170, sácate la lotería y que llegue hasta los 200. Personalmente, y también lo que Alex dice es que el promedio del 9 mensual es el que nos debería de tener, que está más o menos por acá en los 173, y ahorita lo vamos a ver. Pero por ahora, obviamente no tienes una entrada de long fácil en este momento. La entrada de long fue básicamente ayer, justamente en esta zona. Lo pueden ver por acá. Pero vamos a empezar un poco desde lejos para todos ustedes, para poder ponernos todos en la misma página por acá. Pueden ver que Solana había tenido cierres más altos y estos cierres ya no son más altos. El último cierre alto que tuvo fue en enero del 2024, eso fue literalmente hace un año, y desde entonces el cierre más alto que ha tenido en la trimestral, estamos hablando de $188. Y de ahí vamos para abajo, damas y caballeros. Estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 5, lo que es nuestra primera llamada de atención fuerte, eso está en 147.69, que es donde yo espero encuentre el precio primero una resistencia importante, y creo que en este momento, si me voy a acercar a que estamos por ahí, 147, recuérdenlo. Y nuestro promedio el 9, que esto una vez perdido es oficial el mercado bajista en los 131. 131.69 es donde está en la trimestral. Ahora, ¿tenemos algún setup de volatilidad? No, volatilidad está completamente apenas populando y viene contrayendo desde extremos. Vamos a la mensual. En los Solamis, la mensual es la fotografía más clara de todo esto, porque vean acá, en el 5 rebotamos y nos aguantó. Una vez que perdimos el 5, perder el 9 era garantizado. Y acá perdimos el 5 y el 9, y ahora ¿qué es lo que sigue? O sea, apenas está populando el 21 y fue donde rebotamos en el 21, haciéndole un front run al 34. Entonces, ¿por qué les estoy enseñando esto? Porque pueden ver el efecto que es, uno, perder la zona de esta línea verde en el 137, pero sobre todo, cabrón, creí que estaba pintando, pero sobre todo el promedio del 9. Una vez perdido el promedio del 9, esto se cocinó a la baja potentemente, ahí lo pudieron ver sin problema alguno. Ahora, perdimos nuestro promedio del 5 en 181, nuestro promedio del 9 está en 173, que coincide con nuestra línea meme. Y como pueden ver, a Solamis le gusta venir antes de hacer el corto histórico a retestar ese 9. Ese 9 está en 173, por lo que ahora nos da preferencia de hacer un long. Perdón, no sé qué pasó en mi computadora. Por ahora nos puede dar preferencia hacer un long en este movimiento, esperando poder cachar de aquí abajo a la parte de esta línea meme y de ahí poder atrapar el short, que si hubiéramos atrapado estás hablando de una fortuna, o atrapado este fue el bueno en 122 y de ahí hasta el piso a los $8. Es lo que vamos a estar buscando nosotros. Vamos a estar poniendo muchísima atención para asegurarnos poder darles las dos señales cuando se den. Volatilidad está contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en Solana. Vamos a ver qué pasa cuando nos dé un cero para la alza. Eso es la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, perdiendo y rechazados por el 9 y el 5. Voy a ya desaparecer el 5, no lo necesito para nada. Una vez que nos rechazó el 9, el 21 y el 34, entramos a este rango y acá nos aguantó el 55. En volatilidad no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada en la de 2 semanas, pero lo que sí es nuestro HPDR. ¿Por qué? Porque esto nos dice qué tanto camino tenemos todavía para ir para abajo. De cerrar por debajo esta vela en 2 días y 8 horas de los 144, vamos a tener preferencia una vez más a visitar primero nuestra línea en los 137, nuestra línea meme, que es donde también está nuestro promedio del 55, y de fallar, ya estaríamos esperando los 107. A los $107 deberíamos encontrar un rebote fuerte. Si no encontramos un rebote fuerte en los $107, bueno, ya que no, ya somos bajistas de todas maneras en este gráfico, es lo que es, pero por ahora estamos esperando a poder entrar en un trade long. No nos ha dado nada, pero de perder la zona y no poder cerrar por encima de 149.26, esta vela en 2 días y 8 horas, vamos a tener más probabilidad de dar continuación a la baja. Semanal tenemos acá todos los ingredientes cocinando para nosotros. ¿Qué tenemos? Tenemos expansión de volatilidad. ¿Dónde se da la expansión de volatilidad? Tíos, en este gran bajadón Es un bajadón, no como el que le gusta a tu novia. Eso es un bajadón ojete. Tenemos nuestro rechazo del 9, nuestro rechazo de la media y del 21 al mismo tiempo, cayendo, intentando aguantar esta zona en los 183, perdiendo el promedio del 55 y cayendo fuerte a buscar el promedio de los 100. Ahora, estamos en la parte del 61.8%. Eso nos dice que tenemos una alta probabilidad, si cerramos haciendo dos días y 8 horas, de poder ir a visitar los 157 hasta los 164. Y tal vez ese sea el impulso que necesitamos para ir a buscar esta zona de por acá. Ahora, nos van a dar el short por acá completo. Puede que este sea el alto por acá y 164, o sea, pero vamos a jugarlo cuando nos acerquemos. Por ahora estamos por debajo de la media, abajo del 9, abajo del 21, abajo de todos los promedios, perdiendo la zona azul, cayendo, y nuestra volatilidad está expandiendo con esta caída. Eso es algo que es bastante preocupante en los solamis. En la de 5 días tenemos algo de lo mismo, pero la volatilidad, no, continúa, aunque la expansión no es completamente derecha. Y cuando ves este tipo de cosas, normalmente esta es una dirección y esta es otra dirección del precio. Normalmente, pero pueden ver que todo ha sido caída desde la expansión. La cosa es, y pueden verlo acá en la de 5 días, la zona de sobreventa en la que ya estamos, en el 88.3%, solamente te quedan casi 10% de probabilidades de continuar cayendo y por eso aguantó acá en los 125 para ser el long más perfecto de la historia de Solamis. Diaria, podemos ver la diaria, también coincide un poco con esa zona justamente que les decía, nuestra media en los 168, con nuestro promedio del 21 y nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 152, lo que nos diría que probablemente en los 152 a 155, basado en la mensual y trimestral, vamos a encontrar resistencia fuerte. De poder pasar esa resistencia, vamos a poder ir a visitar esta zona, muy probablemente. Primera llamada acá, los 159, que es la parte baja de la zona azul. De poder romper esa zona azul, 168 a 170 sería ideal. Y bueno, que les digo, si podemos básicamente rodear por acá, si llegamos a la media y nos rechaza, estaría buenísimo porque en 168 tienes una invalidación súper cercana en los 169.56 para poder hacer el corto histórico, pero de nuevo lo vamos a jugar paso a paso y los vamos a mantener informados de lo que estamos viendo en la tabla. Voy a quitar esto, ponerlos en la diaria y traerlos conmigo por acá. ¿Ok? Ahora, este rango está perdido. Nos gustaría volver a regresar a él, pero estás acá. Lo que nos gusta hacer y lo que les digo a todos es este tipo de acción es delicioso. ¿No? Si entraste en long, vendes, compras, corto, vendes. Es delicioso entender estos rangos. Y acá en medio podríamos crear un rango justamente acá, en los 156 que coincide. Pueden ver dónde está juntándose toda mi línea meme por acá, con ese rango en los 156. Deme un segundo para ver dónde queda perfecto. Es esto. Es justamente acá donde pondría esta delicia. Entonces, aquí muy probablemente vayamos a encontrar, y también, sí, coincide perfectamente con como la media. Voy a eliminar esto, ya no es necesaria esta línea. Un segundo, estaba pintando. Ya no es necesario el bearish retest, aunque estaría buenísimo si podemos llegar hasta los 194 y lo podemos simplificar aún más. Ahí lo tienes. Tienes esta tope de McDonald's justamente acá, que normalmente, básicamente es lo que es topero, ¿no? Lo vimos en el 2021, lo vimos ahorita con Bitcoin también una vez más, y aquí lo tienes en Solana, viéndote a la cara una vez más y cayendo. Así que, ¿qué es lo que esperamos? Esperamos aguantar los 137. Esto sería, una vez más, si podemos revisitar esta zona, oportunidad de long. Primera, tal vez, primera venta. Yo personalmente, que soy muy conservador y aparte, no lo voy a decir porque es insultante. Una persona con muy poco valor, voy a vender mi mitad de rango, pero la posibilidad chida estaría llegar al tope de rango. Entonces, tal vez pues hacer un plan para tener eso en mente de este rango, para que no te quedes todo tu dinero. A mí no hay nada. He intentado cambiar un poco mi estilo y quedarme más en los trades. No, No es lo mío. Sigo haciendo un round trip de profits cuando lo hago y ya he regresado a simplemente mis ranguitos y en mis ranguitos soy contento haciendo dinero cada que es positivo. Así que tómenlo como quieran. Alex les va a dar la jugada junto con Farhan para que lo tomen perfectamente y literalmente nos vamos a ver por allá, señores. Ahora, para todos ustedes que están con nosotros, dense una vuelta y que quieren tradear con nosotros, dense una vuelta a Elite Trading Academy a nuestro Discord. Aquí abajo en la descripción del video se los dejo para que vengan derechito. Es absolutamente gratis. Puta madre, absolutamente gratis. Te puedes llevar 234% en un long de Solana. Felicidades, mi queridísimo Víctor. ¿Y cómo usas esto? Sencillo. Una vez que te metes y le picas al enlace, una vez más, es gratis. Esto va a aparecer. Todos los menús están a la izquierda. Tienes el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, tienes nuestro chat general. Importante para todos los que quieran entrar a nuestro chat general. Es buenísimo para poder apoyarse con todos estos tíos. Y aparte tenemos... Vénganse a Bluffing para tradear con nosotros y ahorita les voy a poner esto que también es gratis. Ustedes ponen todo su dinero ahí. Los usuarios pueden recibir $10 de futuros y hasta un bono de $50,000 para trading volume. Y también un bono de $10,000 en su depósito. Así que ahí lo tienen. Eso no sabía que ibas a ir, pero ahí lo tienen. Dense una vuelta para platicar con todos. Si tienen dudas de lo que estamos platicando, píquenle en Criptolingo. Acá les ponen todos los terminillos extraños. Está en español y en inglés también. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias con nosotros. Ahora que han... Puta madre. 500x. Am I reading that right?
Good Lord. The balls on this guy.
Wow. Este güey
How is his chair able to support the weight of his massive balls?
I don't understand. He's got to walk around with like at least what are they called? The ones that you put in your pants to hold your pants that go over your shoulders?
A sling?
Overalls?
It's not overalls, but it's like what you wear in a suit.
Oh.
To hold your pants. It's
Suspenders?
like old school. Yes, suspenders. He's got to have fucking suspenders from his neck down to his balls.
The balls are too big for that. He's got to have the wheelbarrow like Randy Marsh. God
damn, dude. That's insane. 132, 48%, 48x. You guys are fucking insane. I love it. God damn. All right. Well, good for you guys. Bien por todos ustedes, tíos. Me da muchísimo gusto ver esto. También aquí abajo tenemos testimoniales si nos quieren dejar un testimonial porque les ha ido bien. Tío, felicidades. Felicidades. Ya vi que nos estás viendo y mandando esto. Vale. Pues aquí tienen nuestro Discord, que de nuevo es completamente gratis y Alex y Farhan les van a dar todas las señales que estén buscando también por acá para que no digan que solamente a la gente que paga. No. Y ahora, ¿quieren venir a tradear futuros para hacer lo que todos ellos están haciendo? Aquí lo tienen. Tienen en nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy, bastante fácil encontrarlo. Le pican al sitio, le picas en tutos o en how to, si lo estás viendo en inglés. Cómo tradear en Bluffing. Déjenme, me aseguro que sí se vea. Y aquí te va a aparecer este video. Es absolutamente gratis y el enlace para que te puedas registrar en Bluffing está aquí abajo para que no te vean la cara de tonto y te saquen tu lana. Aquí está. Así que esto es también absolutamente gratis. Y un buen complemento, honestamente, a esto es nuestro servicio de señales. Porque han visto exactamente lo que está pasando en el Discord y creo que eso es la manera más sencilla de entrar a la academia en la forma más dura. Pero bueno, Alex, I think we're ready for Tesla. Yes, I even have the little sign.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Nice. So, we were talking about
Ethereum.
Say that again?
Wasn't I going to do Ethereum?
Technically.
Yeah, you're going to do Ethereum.
All right.
No, yeah, because did we do Sol last? I'm confused on that.
Wait. Hang on a second.
Am I redacted?
Hang on. No,
Maybe
I don't think you're redacted. One second. Wait.
But
Alex was the last. Yeah. Show me your screen, Farhan. I'm sorry, Alex. This is Farhan's fault, and he's trying to blame me.
I'm like, didn't I get skipped?
Might as well
like always,
the,
like always in life, get skipped.
Oh, poor guy. There you go. I even have the sign ready for you. I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't know what was going on.
No, all good. I could do Tesla. I wasn't sure.
Sweet.
All right, let's do the chair, because now this cycle Ethereum has officially joined ADA in the cup chair.
By the way, did you see BitBoy coming out and saying, I need to apologize to the ADA community for how I like whatever I said? I'm like, dude, no one needs to apologize to the fucking Cardano community. Get the fuck out of here. Those people should be ashamed of themselves.
Apologize to their wives' boyfriends.
That's right. Those guys deserve some respect, not the others.
On the monthly, Ethereum is looking kind of shit. Like this is from when our United States setup started on Bitcoin, where it kind of made a high at $4,000. Bitcoin was at around $100,000 when it tapped $4,000. Next time it tapped $4,000, Bitcoin was at like 105 or 106. Then it kind of tapped. Here it was 73,000. My bad. The first time it tapped 4,000, Bitcoin was at 73,000. Then it tapped it again. Bitcoin was somewhere in the $70,000 range. Then it tapped it this time around. Bitcoin was around $100,000. Then Bitcoin went higher. This thing just went lower and lower and lower. As of now, I believe we swept this low, which is at 2,112. Our current low is 2,474. So yes, we did. That officially takes this higher low out and puts this into more of a downtrend posturing. We do have a local bottom somewhere around this 55 EMA, and it is going to be a local bottom as long as we. It's going to be a little difficult to confirm it on the monthly as a local bottom, but I'll show you on lower time frames. So on the monthly to make it a local bottom, you'd have to close above 3,331. So it's not a monthly local bottom, more of a lower time frame local bottom. But we are finding it at the 55 EMA, and from that wick low, we are currently up about 8%. And that's the 55 EMA is where we bounced off of during that original United States setup of late 2023, when Bitcoin went straight up from like $30,000 towards $70,000. So it does make sense to get another a little bit of a bounce from that area. Maybe we'll even get a significant bounce where Bitcoin goes up to like $93,000, and maybe this thing goes all the way up towards somewhere around 25, towards maybe even $2,700. That would be pretty significant bounce from the wick lows. That'd be somewhere around, let's see, like 30% from the wick lows towards the next lower high, and that would, in reality, just be another short opportunity towards going towards the 100 EMA, which is going to be a likely target since you've closed below or you're significantly below this meme line, and that's pretty scary number, somewhere around $1,500. I wonder what the bear market bottom would be for Ethereum. I don't have anything to base that off of like I would for Bitcoin. Probably higher than $900 though, because that was the last bottom. On the monthly, we are dropping momentum into the bearish control zone. It looks significantly worse than the momentum on Bitcoin.
And sorry, I came running just to answer your question. I was taking a piss. I think $1,000 is realistic.
That's only 10% off of last.
Mm-hmm. But you have to ask yourself, I mean, we never broke. If this is the top, unless we do enter a bear market, we never made a new all-time high. So we definitely could retest the 800.
Actually, we might even go lower because we made a high and we made a lower high.
Exactly.
I'm not being that risque. I'm not being that risque. I'm going with 1,000 for that reason, saying it might just be fucky and not give you like a new lower low, and he just continues to play this stupid game.
Ethereum's going to $60. You heard it here first.
Clip him. Clip that motherfucker.
It's crazy how much worse momentum and volatility look on Ethereum than Bitcoin. We're getting like a legitimate breakdown. Volatility rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. I mean, momentum rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility pointed straight up. And the jewel is just going from sell signal to neutral signal to sell signal. This looks god awful. Do we have any data for a quarterly? Yeah, we do. On the quarterly, we have many rejections of this median, giving us a target of that 38.2%. We are finding a short-term bottom at this 21 EMA on the quarterly, which is about like $2,042. Very likely this bounce does end up failing though, and we end up dropping towards that 38.2%. That sits at about $1,800. The next level is that 50%, which is right along that. What was it on the monthly? that 100 EMA, which is sitting right around $1,500, right along that monthly 100. Makes a lot of sense to get another short-term bounce right around that point, maybe even a significant bounce towards $2,000, and then from there I'd expect another rejection and a lower low, possibly towards that $1,000 area. 2 week, we're getting a fresh breakdown, losing the 100 EMA. Very likely brings us towards the 200 SMA if we get a close below there, and that's at around $1,500. With momentum breaking very sharply into the bearish control zone and volatility pointed up, the jewel once again flipping back over into a sell signal, rejecting the bullish control zone. It's not looking pretty. Weekly is rejecting, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility once again flipping up. We are now getting a rejection of our 38.2% and a follow through on that move to the downside. Very likely giving us a target of somewhere around that 95%, which is at right around 1,600, 1,500 area. I pray for anyone who went all in on Ethereum this cycle, thinking you would give better ROI than Bitcoin.
I know. I even tried to enter a long. Remember yesterday I was like texting you guys on the chat, and I fucking missed it again. I missed it. I at least I would have made money on it at 21.16.
Jeez, that was an amazing entry.
Yeah, fuck me.
On the 5-day volatilities and momentum, we're getting a fresh setup with momentum to the downside, volatility pointed straight up. It's looking like not nice. This is the best way I can put it. And we are below the 200 SMA currently, which last time provided us for a significant bounce. And if we lose that 200, it's going to be a breakdown towards that $1,500 area. 2-day as well as flipping to the downside. Every single time frame is aligned right now to the downside with volatility pointed up. We've lost this 100. We got a slight retest of it and a rejection. It's looking like 1,500 is very likely. Maybe a short-term bounce before then. Daily as well, momentum to the downside, volatility up. Now are we getting the jewel set up? Let's zoom in. Pink is very close to crossing below the yellow. Oh my god, that would be an amazing jewel sell signal if this pink crosses below this yellow right here. Likely happens within the next day or two max. 4 hours looking a little bouncy, just like Bitcoin, where we do have, let's zoom in on this. Yep, we have bullish divergence on the 4 hour on Ethereum, just like Bitcoin.
I told you guys.
Thank you, Scott. You were right. And that bullish divergence is now confirmed. We are getting momentum expanding above the moving average with volatility contracting at this moment, which would give us a setup of hitting the median. Right now, the median is sitting somewhere around $2,320-ish. That would be from the wick lows, a move of about 12%, kind of a respectable move based off of a 4 hour setup. That would probably put Bitcoin somewhere around $90,000 to $91,000. Switch to the side. Ding! I made the most amazing tacos al pastor yesterday. Delicious. Gringo tacos.
All the pictures. Can't believe you're such a Mexican now.
Yep. They can't call me a gringo anymore or I'll get offended.
No, you've graduated. You need a sombrero at all times on you.
You can call me Latinx now.
Oh, no. Then that's how we know you're not fully Mexican. Until you get that fucking thing out of your mouth. Get out of here.
Like, people I know are like, oh, you can call me the B word, which is beaner, but don't you ever call me Latinx.
Yeah, dude. No one gives a shit about beaners or wetbacks. You can call us that all day long. We don't care. But, dude, call me Latinx. Fuck you about that.
On the monthly, just like Bitcoin, we have bearish divergence forming. But what makes this worse than Bitcoin is we got 3 drives of bearish divergence forming on the monthly on Ethereum. That is looking quite terrible, and it will confirm as long as we close below $2,919, which we are quite below right now. And we could get some targets based off that on the RSI. Based off how low volatility is, that likely takes us towards the bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone This is going to change. Clearly, this is obviously going to change. But it sits at $139, and I don't think Ethereum is going to $139, but it's going to likely change. I mean, it would line up with making a lower low after making a lower high, $139. Because this low is sitting at like either that would be the end of Ethereum. At that point, like there'd be no argument that Solana is going to overtake it.
Even
Solana
Vitalik wouldn't be able to buy those purses, those fancy bags that he likes to wear.
Have you noticed every single time Ethereum tops is when Vitalik becomes a billionaire?
Well, yeah.
Because he probably sells into it buying a shit ton of new Birkins.
Oh yeah, and those actually do go up in price.
And now I hear they make men's Birkins too.
Well, I don't know if they're men's, but I see NFL players and other players like buying purses, dude.
That's odd.
I might be too old, but I think that's weird as fuck.
I think they have a slightly bigger one now that they advertise towards men.
Well,
the only type of men that would wear one of those is sit in the chair.
That's right.
ADA
Cardano
man.
holders.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is a little worrying for bulls leading into that monthly 3 drives of bearish divergence, as we already got 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed on the 2-week, which is going to be active as long as we're closing below $3,744. So it's quite the ways away. And the next target based off that would be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at $1,246. That's like $1,000 below where we are right now. Almost a 50% drop. Weekly, with that breakdown below this 200 SMA, any divergences? No. It doesn't even have that possible hidden bullish divergence that Bitcoin has. But it would take quite a lot to confirm that on Bitcoin, and very unlikely that doesn't happen. It's just like on how we had possible bearish divergence for the longest time and just never got confirmed. Same thing with that hidden bullish divergence.
But on the 4-hour chart, there's bullish divergence.
Indeed. All-time highs.
Sell your kidneys. Sell your kidneys.
What are you talking about? I already sold both mine.
By the way, how accurate was the magazine cover? Was it Time Magazine with Michael Saylor?
Yeah, I think so. Or Forbes.
Or Forbes, the one where they put him on the cover, and then they had Sam Bankman-Fried and all those guys. Like, they nailed it. And also, we were here saying that the man with the little hands is in every TV show. This is normally the top.
Yeah, we talked about that exact thing with the article top. So
he's an incredible indicator, by the way, for the crypto community. For those that don't get like super too excited and too involved in whatever bullshit like that everyone else is. Whenever you see Michael Saylor make it on every TV show, that's a pretty good sign of like things are overheated.
Yeah.
And the ultimate top signal was Trump's meme coin.
Yep.
Oh, dude, the fact that he was going to be president, and then everyone said that there's no. I'm sorry, I'm stealing this from Scott again. That there's no headwinds against crypto coming up. It's like my guy. You know what he needs to do? He needs to buy an NFT. And like from the release all the way to the end until the project dies and whatnot, because then you really understand how to trade. You don't buy the NFT when something's about to happen. You sell your NFT when something is about to be announced, right? Exactly. Like you buy the rumor, sell the news. I don't understand how no one's understood that. So Donald Trump coming into the presidency, the Donald Pump, this is going to be super bullish. I mean, that was exactly that.
People said same thing about Bitcoin being listed on the CME futures in the 2017 cycle. They're like, there's no way it can go down now because the institutions are trading it. Then it dropped from $19,500 all the way down to $3,000. Yeah. And then they said it whenever Coinbase was being listed on the NASDAQ. Like, now we're legitimate. We're being traded on the NASDAQ. No way we can go down. Went down from $65,000 or $69,000 down to $15,000.
And I'm
like
only
every cycle.
I'm still harping at this just because it's so important for trading. And I think really everyone should be aware of this, but also remember in 2023, when Bitcoin found its bottom and then it started to go up, the government had a war against crypto, and they were going against banks that had to do with crypto. Remember on the banking crisis, they went after banks that had crypto, and then they started going after anyone that had a crypto business, right? And that's when it started to go up. And then they went after CZ and they put him in jail. Then they went after everything. They went after everyone. And guess what's happening right now? Every single day, the SEC drops their lawsuit against Coinbase. The SEC is dropping their lawsuit against this. Dude, how is no one paying attention to this? It's driving me nuts.
There's only one time ever whenever good news keeps coming out, but the price keeps going down. Only one time. Nobody wants to say it. It's called bear market.
Yeah, that's that. And I think those news articles nonstop that are saying, oh, we don't have a problem with Coinbase. The SEC dropped their war against crypto. It's done. It's cooked.
Yeah, whenever you get that news and the price is not pumping even a little bit, you can pretty safely say bear market.
Yeah. And then just wait until they tell us that Bitcoin is dead, and that's when we buy. I mean, fuck.
Like the best case scenario I can give, like the most hopium bullish scenario right now, is something similar to 2021, where we went sideways and down for several months, and then made a slightly higher high at the end of the year. But even that was a 50% dump.
Yeah. So still, we have more room to go, just based on that
amount. Good amount more. And on the daily right now on Ethereum, we have 3 drives of confirmed hidden bearish divergence, which will be active as long as we're closing below 2,865. The next target off that divergence would be the bearish critical zone, and right now that sits at about $1,800. Come on. Did we go lower? We did. So the 4-hour did not put in a bullish divergence on Ethereum like it did on Bitcoin. Very interesting. Let's check the perps. Nope, perps neither. Very interesting. It didn't do it. It did on the HPDR. Didn't do it on the RSI. That's weird. I guess we have it on one momentum indicator. We don't have it on the other one. Bitcoin did it on both the RSI and the HPDR. So I guess Ethereum might not get as strong of a big bounce as Bitcoin will. Switch to ETH BTC and see if that lines up. Yeah, it kind of does make sense that Bitcoin wouldn't get as much of a bounce.
What a bounce from Bitcoin, by the way. Great long.
Beautiful. I see a lot of beautiful longs, none as beautiful as this one. There is some very, 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 very slight bullish divergence of the monthly. It is going to be very difficult to confirm it because you would have to close a monthly above 0.04114. A good amount away from price action right now. Likely that doesn't confirm. Because right now we are getting volatility expansion with this breakdown on the monthly. Also on the 2-week, we have possible bullish divergence. Same level to confirm it. With a God mode buy signal approaching, still on the sell as though, and it's giving you a fresh sell signal. Weekly is now about to put in another drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. All this thing really does is just lower highs and lower lows, and that hidden bearish divergence, if confirmed, would give you a target of 0.02, which is a good percentage lower from where we are right now. You just can't do the math. 5-day has many drives of hidden bearish divergence confirmed. Kind of looking like this is going to start severely underperforming Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin is going to the downside, that means ETH is going down more. And when Bitcoin goes up, ETH goes up less. 2-day confirmed.
Who killed Ethereum?
Who?
Alex, whatever his last name was, from that fund that got put in jail.
3 Arrows Capital?
Yeah, no. He had an exchange or something. Alex, he's Canadian. That dude was like all about Ethereum and the flippening, and he just kept talking about it that Ethereum was going to flip Bitcoin, and then bam! Once he went to jail, Ethereum kind of like fucking went to jail with him.
Maybe he was pumping
it. That's what I'm saying.
Damn! Whenever we get so if Michael Saylor ever gets taken out, Bitcoin's finished.
He won't. He's doing all the legal stuff.
He's willing to suck anybody's D to make sure he can still buy his Bitcoin bags.
Oh, of course.
On the daily, we have confirmed many drives of hidden bearish divergence as long as we're closing below 0.02968. And that will have a continuation target of the critical zone, which right now is at 0.001. That's really low. Let's see what the lows currently are, the macro lows for ETH BTC. Right around that target of 0.001 or 0.01. All of these decimal points. Come on, sometime today. No divergence there. Interesting how whenever I switch to Verizon, the amount of spam calls I get now have doubled.
Oh,
But my connection is way better.
I'm a Verizon guy too. And can I tell you something? The connection's getting worse. Like literally, I don't know what happened last year. There's like a big downgrade on it. I don't know. I really pay attention to this stupid bullshit for some reason. And Verizon's been dropping like crazy compared to how their coverage compared to what it was. Not sure why, but
Because back when I was with AT&T here in Cancun, all I would get was LTE at best. Now sitting in the house, I get 5G with Verizon.
yeah, AT&T fucking sucks. It's one of the worst companies in the universe. I hate them with a passion.
They're not very nice.
No.
On the quarterly on Ethereum, oof, this is looking quite scary because quarterly is starting to flip down on momentum, whereas the quarterly pivot on Bitcoin is still $30,000 or $60,000. So quarterly momentum is going to flip down. It's going to reject the bullish control zone. And is there any? No, because it didn't make higher highs, so we can't say that there's bearish divergence. But last time quarterly momentum freshly flipped down was right over here. And we dumped from that point of 35.80, 76%. So if we take 76% from these highs,
Come on, $1,000.
brings us to right around $1,000.
Boom!
Huh.
Right in my bias.
Nice.
Wow, very interesting. Biasing all over the screen right now.
Oh no, I biased on my microphone.
Oh, my camera has been biased over. Monthly is now just about to give volatility expansion on this dump. This is quite scary. And momentum is freshly turning back down on the monthly, rejecting the bullish control zone and flip down below 2,907. 2 week is rejecting the critical zone, breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. And we're going to stay to the downside as long as we're below 35.55. Weekly volatility expansion with momentum going to the downside, just about to break into the bearish critical zone, and we're going to stay to the downside as long as we're below 3,086. 5 days getting that volatility set up, dropping below 15%, then getting an expansion. We're sitting at 79% so far, and momentum is pointed down as long as you're below $2,569.50. Beautiful number. 2 days now getting volatility expansion with this dump, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone and pointed down below 2,482. Daily is also getting volatility expansion for many periods of 0%, rejecting the bullish control zone and pointed down below 2,726. 4 hours now, same thing as Bitcoin, getting volatility contraction with momentum flipping up, and it is going to remain to the upside as long as you're below or above $2,156. All right, so this thing looks way bigger than Bitcoin. This is getting every single time frame flipping to the downside all the way to the quarterly, where the Bitcoin hasn't really even gotten close to flipping the quarterly down. We're flipping the quarterly down, making a lower high in momentum, and rejecting the bullish control zone as long as we're below $2,273. The monthly is now freshly starting to flip to the downside. We're putting in bearish divergence. It's just very similar to Bitcoin, except on the higher time frames, there's no possibility of bearish divergence because we didn't make a higher high. So that's just like telling you we were so bearish we couldn't even put in the possibility of putting in a bearish divergence because we never made a higher high. Every single time frame is now bearish, getting volatility setups. The 5-day, the weekly, every single one of them is giving that volatility setup with price or momentum volatility dropping below 15% and then expanding from there. The only time frame which is now looking kind of bullish is the 4-hour, just like Bitcoin, putting in some bullish divergence on the HPDR, and you're getting momentum flipping to the upside, making it look like you very likely with into the weekend, possibly early next week, get a little bit of a bounce. That bounce very likely fails and ends up going down eventually towards 1500, where your next bounce is probably going to be, and then that bounce very likely fails and probably takes you towards $1,000.
Damn.
Wow.
So go long on Ethereum.
Exactly, just like I did late 2021.
Thank you, sir. That was fucking eye-opening.
Maybe this time around I get that short at the lower high and take it to $1,000 and make my money back from 2021.
I wish you the best of luck there.
You know, it always works out best whenever you say, I'll make my money back this time around.
Absolutely. I can't stop winning whenever that happens to me. Ok, estamos viendo Ethereum. Güey, tíos, qué madreado está Ethereum. Lo pueden ver por acá. La razón por la que lo pongo acá es sencillo. Vamos a empezar con algo sencillo. Estoy en una temporalidad semanal. Este fue el tope del ciclo del 2018, que fue cuando Bitcoin llegó a los famosísimos casi $20,000. Ethereum tocó los $1,400 y era una locura en ese entonces. Después fue a hacer un alto más alto en el 2021 en mayo por $4,300 y acabó como todo en noviembre del 2021 en $4,800, casi $4,900 básicamente. Desde ese entonces, Ethereum no solamente ha hecho básicamente nada, no ha podido lograr pasar la zona de los $4,000. Y eso nos ha dado altos más bajos. Lo que sí que ha estado jugando bastante bien es con esto, con bajos más altos. Pero si ponemos atención a lo que estamos viendo en estos días, podemos ver que ya nos comimos toda esta estructura que viene desde noviembre del 2023, ya la comprometimos, ya está rota justamente acá abajo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que está pasando en total en Ethereum? Pues no sabemos, pero lo que sí podemos saber es que básicamente en todas las temporalidades esto es muy, muy bajista. Siempre decimos en la trimestral, que es justamente el gráfico que estamos viendo, que siempre y cuando estemos por encima del 9 estamos en un mercado alcista. Lo perdimos. Está en 2,565. Esto nos pone instantáneamente a pensar que esto se acabó por acá. Mínimo el promedio del 21 nos está aguantando en los 2,041, pero esto en esta temporalidad nos da absolutamente igual. El siguiente nivel a perder va a ser el 21, lo pueden ver acá. Ahora, de perder el 21 la última vez, cayó simplemente de $1,200 a $800. No es lo peor del mundo. Y tenemos nuestro promedio del 34 en los 1,431. Interesante, nada más, vale la pena mencionarlo. También tienes volatilidad llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia en Ethereum y esto nos dice que está preparando un setup. ¿Será a la alza o a la baja? Vamos a ver exactamente para dónde nos lo da. Vámonos a la mensual en los Ethereums y en la mensual podemos ver que también, combinado con lo que decimos, ¿no? Cuando vemos Bitcoin, cuando vemos cualquier tabla, estamos por debajo del 9, mercado bajista. 21, mercado bajista. 34, mercado bajista. Nos aguantó el 55 y ese fue un milagro. Otra coincidencia por acá, no coincidencia. Otra zona importante de confluencia son los $1,400, claramente, que parece ser nuestro siguiente objetivo a corto, mediano plazo en Ethereum. Uf, Dios, qué nalga. O sea, pueden ver cómo de este mínimo ya creamos otro nuevo mínimo. O sea, un desastre Ethereum por completo. Y sí fue un alto más alto el segundo, pero por centavos y después hizo esta gatada. Básicamente está invirtiendo la gatada de aquí arriba para aquí abajo. Impresionante. Además de eso, Ethereum está a punto de tener un setup de volatilidad en la mensual. La última vez nos dio un setup de volatilidad fue que fue a la alza. Vean lo potente que fue. Fue una alza de ¿cuánto? Voy a agarrarlo desde abajo de la vela hasta el tope. 80%. Entonces voy a hacer básicamente lo mismo por acá, ¿no? Un 80%. No seas mamón. No creo que juegue así, pero no, ni de chiste. Pero pues ahí, digo, están viendo justamente lo mal que se ve eso. Pero es que fue a la alza, a la baja no puedes hacer la misma medida, no es lo mismo. Disculpen mi estupidez. Pero mínimo por ahora, volatilidad nos está diciendo que está preparando algo Ethereum. ¿Será positivo o negativo? No se pierda el próximo episodio de Dragon Ball, donde sabremos qué pasó con Ethereum. También les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo tengan en mente y para que vean dónde estamos. Estamos cayendo en la mensual rico y nos está aguantando el 61.8%, pero de perderlo y de no poder cerrar arriba de 2.226, vamos muy probablemente a visitar los 1.500, que eso también coincide con el objetivo que les había dado hace poquitito. Y eso es bastante realista en esta situación. ¡Qué mamada! Wow, la de 2 semanas estás ya perdiendo hasta el EMA 100. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que perdimos el EMA 100 chido? En 2022. En el 2022. ¿Quién se acuerda qué pasó en el 2022? Mercado bajista, damas y caballeros, solamente abajo del 100. En nuestro SMA 200, que es obviamente el promedio del 100 multiplicado por 2, está por ahí de los 1.500, lo que también coincide con nuestra temporalidad mensual, etcétera, que es obvio, pero aquí hay confluencia y muy probablemente vayamos a ir a ver los 1.470, $1.500 en Ethereum. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos si somos alcistas en Ethereum? Poder cerrar por arriba de 2.318 sería lo primero y de ahí ir a buscar la zona de los 2.800. ¿Nos podrá dar ese tipo de rebote? Puede que sí, nunca, o sea, nos lo ha dado antes, no veo por qué no para hacer un long, pero se ve dura la cosa para Ethereum. También tienes expansión de volatilidad justamente por acá empezando y esa expansión pues la estás viendo va para abajo y todavía le queda ¿cuánto camino? Está apenas la volatilidad en 31%, lo que nos puede seguir empujando fuerte, aunque no está apuntando para arriba agresivamente. Solamente vale la pena notarlo. Semanal, estás ya entrando, estás cayendo el 78.6% y definitivamente quieres cerrar por encima de los 2.242. Faltan 2 días para cerrar esta vela y 7 horas. Nos gustaría ver si somos alcistas en Ethereum a corto plazo, poder tener un cierre por encima de los 2.242. De no poder lograrlo, vamos a perder la zona de los 2.000 e ir a visitar los 1.978. Mínimo. El 95% está en 1.600, que de nuevo se ve un poco inevitable. Además, tienes una expansión de volatilidad en este movimiento. Cuando expandió y está empujando el precio para abajo. Así que esto no pinta bien en la semanal tampoco para Ethereum. Vaya. 5 días, mínimo volatilidad está llegando a niveles altos. Todavía puede caminar bastante para arriba. ¿Le gusta estar en rojos o no? Sí, también ha estado en rojos en el pasado. Viendo esto, nos queda todavía más camino para la caída. Tiene cara de que sí. Estamos perdiendo el SMA 200, lo pueden ver acá en morado. Y al perder el SMA 200, si cerramos en un día y 7 horas por debajo de eso, vamos muy probablemente a revisitar mi línea meme que coincide con el 88.3% y dar continuación a esta gran caída. Vaya. Esto fue lo que a mí en lo personal me hizo intentar entrar en un long en Ethereum que me falló por nada, por un par de dolaritos, cuando vi que ya estábamos cerca del 95%. Y básicamente tienes que tener un rebote a este punto. Faltan 6 horas 46 minutos para cerrar. Vamos a ver a dónde van estos rangos, pero si llegan a bajar estos rangos del HPDR, muy probablemente esto vaya a cocinarse antes de lo que pensamos. Pero debe técnicamente haber un rebote. En todas las temporalidades esto se ve cocinado, menos en la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas está rebotando justamente y te está rechazando el promedio del 9. No seas mamón. Bueno, mínimo estás por encima creando ya estructura alcista en este bajón. Este es tu bajo más bajo más alto es lo que esperaríamos. Pero Este rechazo del promedio del 9 va a ser muy importante. Faltan 2 horas 45 minutos para cerrar. De no poder cerrar esta vela en 2230 y arriba de 2233, digamos, esto probablemente vaya una vez más a los 2200 y de no aguantarlo, bueno, es más, te voy a cortar esta y vámonos directamente a la zona de los 2148, donde probablemente, y esto tendría sentido, vaya a ser un bajo más alto, de ahí continuar, ser rechazado y dar continuación a la baja. Así que vamos a estar nosotros bien pegados en esta zona para ver si se nos da ese movimiento que sería excelente para poder hacer un longuillo, cerrar, un shortcillo, cerrar y llevarnos todo nuestro dinero al banco. Sencillamente puesto Ethereum en la semanal o en la diaria, como lo quieran ver, ahí les va. Es esto. Hemos estado en este rango literalmente desde el 2021 y no, es más, desde acá abajo podrías argumentar y simplemente nos está dando toda esta indecisión. Puede, una vez más, puede que Ethereum tenga un ciclo ya más o menos parecido como el del XRP, que son de 8 años. Y eso es lo que no sabemos todavía, porque en verdad nuestro primer alt season fue la vez pasada así potente, el del 2021. Y ahora que lo vemos para atrás, podemos decir, pues hay algunas que no hicieron altos históricos y hay otras que sí, y hay unas que no hicieron altos históricos en el 2021 y otras que sí. Entonces, esto podría pintar que Ethereum va a ser la elección favorita del tío Salo para el ciclo del 2027 o cuando puta madre sea. Lo voy a poner en mi calendario. Pero por ahora Ethereum se ve pésimo. Si son alcistas, esperarían cerrar Ethereum arriba de 2500 pronto. Y si son bajistas, básicamente perder los 2233 el día de hoy con un cierre ahí nos llevaría a decir bye bye. Vean los rangos, apréndanlos, porque a estas cosas les encanta ranguear y aquí está el dinero. Es bastante fácil. De aquí abajo buscas esta zona, de esta zona buscas aquí abajo, encuentre una media que es donde el precio intercambia. Pones una de estas, ¿no? Que no sé por qué saqué el tulecillo, para que tengas un lugar en medio del canal donde ves que el precio ha sido rechazado, tomado, y puedes aquí empezar a salirte de tu posición para poder llevarte ganancias, que también coincide con el promedio de los 200, con el S&P 200. Solamente digo, sería una buena idea tener eso y también poner otra acá arriba, aunque no lo vamos a necesitar porque aquí arriba ya todo valió queso y estaría en 3,185. Ahí lo tienen, objetivos en Ethereum a la baja, a corto, mediano plazo, y por ahora esperamos a ver si nos da otra oportunidad de un long para poder tomar este rango y aprovecharlo, o si simplemente nos da la primera oportunidad en un corto. Pero aquí ya saben que se los vamos a dar instantáneamente. Alex, let's go with Tesla.
Nice. So Tesla, we ideally wanted it to hold the $300 psychological number. Now that we're getting the monthly and 2-month candle closure, I do think it's relevant to talk about. Tesla's losing the monthly 9 along with that $300 support. You can just see just how well that $300 can act as resistance when we do fall below it. What really started this move down was when we rejected 300 and then also lost the monthly 9. That took us directly to, the next support zone right at $262. And then once we lost that, essentially we again went down to the next support zone. Why I'm bringing that up is because we see into March, we're actually potentially going to lose the monthly 9 along with that $300 mark. This is kind of lining up nicely with, the same situation that we essentially had occur where we lost both the $300 mark and the monthly 9. To me, it would make sense for us probably in the beginning of March to get some kind of rally up, but then testing that $300 area would be very key. If we go and actually throw in the HBDR, you can see that the monthly is right at that $262 mark. So again, it just makes it more likely for us to rally up, test the monthly 9, and then from there head directly to that next support zone. That lines up nicely with the monthly 21, the monthly median, along just with the meme line right around here. And we know that once we start losing this zone, which again will tie in nicely with Tesla actually losing the monthly median, generally you get bigger moves down, and that generally goes closer to the $200 area, which would be pretty dramatic for Tesla to go down to $200 in my opinion. And we even see on the monthly that would take us, when we lose the median, to the next area being the 38.2%. And that is right now at $221. So Tesla, unless it can pull through today and hold the monthly 9, is really looking like, yes, we can rally a little bit in the beginning of March, but overall this is looking pretty bearish, and it's looking similar to, kind of the situation we had in August of 2022, where, once we lost that monthly 9 and $300, we tested it here. From the retest, I'll take it from $300. Tesla, ended up dumping 66%. Now, I don't think we're going to dump that aggressively, but we do have some easy areas of interest, and that first is, of course, the $262 mark. We start losing that, then we can start making a case to go at least to possibly $220, if not all the way down to 200 psychological number. So let's see now how the 2 months closing, because that is closing today as well. Not the best candle close, and you also see we're losing again 300, and also the 2 month median at 303. We can see here, price essentially on this 2 month busted up, reclaimed the median, and then we're now back under it. It's kind of, just looking more like a bull trap to me on the 2 month. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, price really doesn't like to be above the monthly 2 month median. You can see, I mean, really when it held above it nicely was, back in 2020 and 2021. From that point though, I mean, once we lost it, we were steadily rejecting it for I mean, multiple months before inevitably rejecting all the way down. And something to note is, you can see the move down really started to occur when we lost the $262 mark, rallied up, rejected the $300 mark, came down, and then it wasn't until the 2 month lost that EMA 9. Why that's interesting to me is because it's lining up really nicely with that $262 region, just similar to what we see on the monthly. And the fact that we are losing that median possibly into today, going forward, gives us more of a chance of at least testing right around the 38.2%, which is at $256. So no matter how you look at it on the higher time frames on Tesla, it seems to me like it does want to go lower. But again, that doesn't mean that we can't test, especially the 2 month median going into March. That test will be right around where the monthly 9 is. We'll either reject or reclaim it, and that'll be, very key.
Can I also say, poor Tesla bulls, poor Tesla holders. They literally get these pumps that last 30 days, and then it goes into a bear market for like 4 years.
Are you on Tesla Twitter?
literally.
You can see how excited they get whenever it bounces a little bit.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty dramatic too. I mean, 44% in 84 days. Just
and the way that they ridicule anybody who says that they sold is hilarious. It's the actual cult.
Yeah, no. It's very culty. As much as I love it, it's very culty. Absolutely.
They're like, you sold. You don't believe in Elon's image.
And they start arguing, and then it's a bear market when they start giving Elon ideas. We haven't got, and this is the thing, Alex, to add to your analysis and what you're looking at. In that chart, you haven't gotten to the part where people start telling Elon that he needs to quit Doge and he needs to quit everything to just focus on Tesla. So that means there's still plenty more downside.
Yeah, true. And just visually, I mean, this isn't looking too good. You can just see how important this region is for Tesla to hold. Each and every occurrence we've lost that $262 region has led to pretty big dumps. I mean, yeah, each and every time actually. I guess the least being like here, 17%, and even why not? We'll take it from here, because people will say, well, lost it here as well. I mean, that was still 12% even. So anytime you lose that 262 region, it's just as disaster for Tesla. I like the weekly view as well, and I'm the higher time frames make it a lot easier on Tesla, in my opinion. You even see right around that region is, the weekly EMA 100. So it's going to be pretty crucial for Tesla to hold that. Um, yes, we'll still be above the SMA 200, but you have to really wonder if that's just going to get lost with all the other, levels I'm talking about getting lost once we actually do start, losing 262. But remember, it'll start with today. The monthly losing 300 means that we are essentially under the monthly EMA 9. The 2-month has lost the median. Great. There's a really good chance we'll at least retest that in the beginning of March. And then at that point, I'd want to see a rejection down. This reaction at 262 will be really key because we'll either, capitulate at this point, or this will just consolidate, will hold. And ideally we can push up. But why I don't think that's gonna happen is just simply because of, how the 5-day and weekly volatility is. I mean, this is looking, it didn't go with the setup, but it's still just like, expanding while we're just breaking down. We can see into this new week. We're losing the EMA 34. Keep in mind, Tesla's been above the EMA 9, since November. You can see we've solidly rejected that EMA 9 now on the weekly. So we'll see where this EMA 34 goes, but it could just tie into, maybe a little rally into next week, but then that leads us down. Seems very likely to me, and that actually could give us an easy short on Tesla. And even seeing that, on the 2-day, you can see we've lost the EMA 100. Haven't really tested that yet. Would make sense for us to, move up, test this zone, and then from there we either, reclaim 300, and then we can push up higher, possibly to even $330, or we simply reject here, and this gives us an easy short bearish retest. We test the monthly levels like I mentioned, and let me see actually from this point. I mean, that's a nice trade, 12%, honestly. But again, you can just see how crucial this region is for Tesla to hold. So how can we dissect this? So the monthly is in breakdown posturing right now to me. The fact that we're losing that monthly 9 is really not a good sign. But then you sprinkle on the fact that we're losing 300 on top of that is not good. So unless we see a miracle pump today and this gets above like 302 on a monthly close today, this is looking like now it's just time for bears to take control here. We can start front running this idea of a breakdown to 262 if the SMA 200 on the daily starts getting lost, in my opinion. That should be a good point. 2 to 3 closures below the SMA 200 would probably mean we actually have lower before going up. But usually when you lose a major level like the monthly, you get that bounce to test it. That bounce is what gets everyone bullish again. So why 262 should hold though is just because of the monthly EMA 21s right around there. We haven't really tested that in a while. I mean, last occurrence, let me check here. Yeah, so last occurrence was in October of 2024. And like I always say, whenever you hold a monthly 9 as well, and as long as we've held it, you do have to shift gears and look at least to the 21. You can see here we've held it. Now, granted, this held a lot longer, but the reaction at the 21, at least it gave you that reaction is the point I'm trying to make here. So, ideally you watch 262, you wait for that consolidation, but you have to be aware, volatility on the weeklies looking pretty good. We're above the moving average. It's definitely in bear's favor, and that's why consolidation could help with that. But you start losing 262, for me, you have to then shift gears, and the next level to me logically is 240 to 246. But you again have to question if that's going to hold. You break this zone at 246, which is right at that monthly EMA 34, and yeah, I do think then that $216 to $200 mark is going to be coming up for Tesla. There, ideally, we'll see a bounce. So that's all I really have on Tesla. It's pretty simple to me, and you're getting a lot of higher time frame things telling you, yeah, we are breaking down slightly, especially with the monthly. Watch for that move to 262. Ideally, that'll hold, and if it doesn't, you're going to get a lot lower just per the HPDR. So then, just if you start losing that monthly median, probably a good chance that monthly EMA 34 is not going to hold, but we'll still watch that because the HPDR would tell us then, 38.2% would be next. So GG Tesla bulls, kind of disappointing.
Well, it's time to go complain to everyone. Why is Tesla not going up? Poor guys.
It's clearly because Elon Musk is a retard. That's why.
That's it. Totally right. Absolutely. We have Mr. Garlic Bread coming right up, and then SoFi for you, Alex.
Nice.
It's either SoFi or Sophie, whatever you want.
SoFi.
Yeah, I've never known the correct way to pronounce it.
No, it is SoFi, but Sophie is like a girl's name. That was like the bad joke that I was trying to make. But I'm gonna proceed with my bad jokes in Spanish. Thank you, boys. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Damn. Perdón. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla y lo estamos viendo en la mensual. Damas y caballeros, voy a eliminar esta línea para no confundirlos y que puedan ver todo bien. Y esta la voy a pintar de verde para que entiendan lo que son todas. 2, que es 3. Ok. Ahí está. Ahí lo pueden ver. Tenemos varios rangos, ¿no? Se puede ver, se pueden apreciar. Ahora, este rango es mucho más grande, el de abajo. Este rango empezaría más o menos por acá, en los 120. Esto sería la media del rango y la parte alta. La razón por qué lo divido, y todos mis rangos son, lo verde es donde ranguea, donde ranguea, donde ranguea, y lo amarillo es la media del rango, en mi opinión. No tiene que ser exactamente la mitad, es simplemente donde ha intercambiado muchísimas manos el precio en eso. La razón por la que les enseño esto es esto. Venimos de esta tendencia alcista desde marzo del 2020, creando mínimos más altos. Cada que tocamos esta línea es oportunidad de oro. La próxima vez que vean esta línea siendo tocada, ya sea en los 183 o 189, 90, $200, dependiendo cuánto tiempo tome, ahí es donde queremos entrar con absolutamente todo. Eso es así de fácil. No tienes que ser un genio para entender. Estos fueron los 100. ¿Quién se acuerda de los $100 en Tesla? Cuando todo el mundo dijo que se iba a ir a la bancarrota, que iba a ir a 60 y luego iba a ir a 40 y no sé qué. Estos fueron los famosos 140 que compramos todos nosotros en este canal. Y este fue el tope en 487. Estamos siendo bajos más altos y altos más altos. Pero, atentos. Si nos acercamos, podemos notar algo bastante interesante en esta tabla. Y voy a quitar la de abajo para que no se nos cruce el cerebro en este momento. ¿Qué es lo interesante de esto? Pueden ver que Tesla, encima de esta línea, en 333, llega a su tope. Pueden ver que ranguea por debajo de esta línea. Y este rango funciona para una cosa nada más. Este de en medio. Para mandarnos al nepe, que es el siguiente escalón, o para llevarnos altos históricos. Este rango es básicamente un in-between, un en medio. Y lo que sigue es, pierdes este rango en $269, tu siguiente rango viene para acá abajo, ¿ok? Eso es lo que sería. Ahora, vamos a acercarnos. ¿Por qué estamos diciendo eso? Vamos rápidamente a la trimestral. Y en la trimestral van a notar todo bien. En la trimestral, absolutamente todo bien. Creo que perdimos el promedio del 5 y es el único. No, estamos rebotando justo en el promedio del 5. En la trimestral todo se ve bien. Tienes una vela mega alcista por acá, tienes una vela obviamente bajista acá, pero no opaca esta vela, por ejemplo. Estás creando bajos más altos, altos más altos. Y en volatilidad, básicamente estás expandiendo pero contrayendo, así que no tenemos nada por acá de qué platicar en volatilidad. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual es donde empezamos a ver ya los problemas, porque ¿qué siempre decimos? Que estando por encima de la 9, del promedio del 9, nos sentimos alcistas, que está justamente acá en los $300. Por debajo le damos más preferencia bajista al precio. Y habíamos visto que habíamos tenido este zampompazo, la volatilidad había apoyado este movimiento a la alza, pero ahora que la volatilidad está volteando para abajo, podemos ver este velazo verde y perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9, que es muy importante para el precio de Tesla. De perder este 9, tenemos que ir directo a la media. La media está en los 2.61 y ya tenemos acá nuestra línea en los 2.69, por lo que se siente algo inevitable. En 3, básicamente, esta es la mensual y aparte la bimestral también, cierran en 3 horas y 25 minutos. De cerrar tal cual como está, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de ir a los 261 primero y después cerrar en los 222. Pero también tenemos que ver a dónde se mueven estos indicadores. Ya habíamos platicado de volatilidad, solamente les quiero enseñar la de 2 meses también para que la vean. No sé qué pasó, pero en la de 2 meses pueden ver también cómo nos rechazó la parte alta de la zona azul, nos rechazó la media y vamos para abajo al promedio del 9. Y el promedio del 9 está en 250, en 263, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme por acá. O nos podríamos ir hasta la zona de los 256, que es básicamente la parte baja de la zona azul. Esta vela va a cerrar en 3 horas y 24 minutos, así que atentos. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, vamos a ver volatilidad, está contrayendo, no tenemos absolutamente nada. Hemos perdido no solamente el promedio del 9, venimos a retestearlo junto con la media, lo pueden ver ahí, y tuvimos el rechazo de la media. Eso nos tiró abajo de la parte de la zona azul, nos derretimos el promedio del 21, que está en los 308, y nos aguantó el promedio del 34 y la zona del 78.6% en los 282. De cerrar tal cual, vamos a tener una vez más una alta probabilidad de ir a donde está nuestro promedio del 55 en los 262. Una vez más, ese 269 sigue apareciendo. Semanal. Tenemos en la semanal tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída y aparte tiene muchísimo camino a la alza. Está solamente en 46% y pueden ver el velazo para abajo. Esto no se mira bien, tíos. Esto no se mira bien. Habíamos estado en la zona, rompimos arriba de la zona azul justamente acá en noviembre, llegamos a nuestro máximo histórico, caímos a la zona azul, caímos de la zona azul, nos rechaza la media y ahora vamos para abajo en directo. Ahora, esto nos hace pensar que podríamos consolidar en esta zona o por un rato. Tienes el promedio del EMA 100, básicamente junto a mi línea meme. Y también el SMA 200, que también está por acá. Cada que Tesla está debajo del SMA 200, y les voy a enseñar, en la semanal, es la línea morada. Las mejores compras que puedes hacer. Acá y acá. Si compraste abajo el SMA 200, que es esta línea morada, chido. Si compraste arriba del SMA 200, mal. Que es justamente 240, que es donde yo me salí en mi trade de Tesla, que fue muy, muy temprano, honestamente, pero el de Rivian me pagó lo que necesitaba, ¿no? Y también el gas natural, gas natural, bueno. Lo único que quiero ilustrar acá es básicamente estos niveles y quiero que lo vean de cerca. Tenemos ese setup de volatilidad que se está dando en lo que está expandiendo a la baja. Tenemos a Tesla cayendo estos altos, simplemente en picada. Estamos perdiendo todos nuestros promedios importantes y nuestros niveles. Primer nivel, a ver, 270, 269. De no poder aguantar los 269, y es un número fácil de entender, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 184, 183. ¿Podría caer ahí? Puede que se detenga la mitad de esto, sí. Puede que el S&P 200 lo detenga en 247 y rebotemos también. Pero ya rompiendo los 267 y simplemente viendo el pasado, ¿no? Que una vez que caes de acá, tienes que a huevo venir a tocar esta línea, caes y vienes a huevo a tocar esta línea, caes, vienes a huevo a tocar esta línea. Me haría pensar que podemos tocar esta línea tranquilamente sin violar nuestros bajos históricos, ¿no? Y poder venir a hacer un mínimo más alto y dar continuación a esa línea de tendencia que tenía. ¿Quieres ser alcista en Tesla? ¿Quieres retomar los 334? Es así de diferente el gap. O sea, esto para ser alcista, esto para ser bajista. Y estás justamente en medio. Ahora, puedes rebotar acá y hacer esto totalmente, totalmente. Vamos a estar nosotros buscando también dónde hay entradas porque empieza empieza a verse acá bastantes oportunidades. Por ejemplo, lo pueden ver acá en el diario con el S&P 200. Podríamos simplemente abrir un long en los 278, poner la orden, tu invalidación estaría en los 273 y vámonos, si es que llega a pegar. Tienes un cruce plateado en la diaria para abajo, un segundo. Tienes un cruce plateado aquí abajo en la diaria. Eso quiere decir que 314 debería de ser la siguiente zona de interés para el precio. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando tienes este tipo de cruces plateados, perdón, ese no es. Cuando tienes este tipo de cruces plateados, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? Shorteamos el 9. Y ahora, el 9 sigue por acá, pero si rebotamos por acá, pum, caemos acá y le pecamos al 9, aquí podríamos ser nuestro nuevo alto y dar continuación a la caída. Así que vamos a estar pendiente para ustedes acá también con estas señales de trading para toda la comunidad y los vamos a mantener informados porque acuérdense que con btcc.com pueden invertir en acciones también y hacer futuros y todo eso tal cual como lo hacemos con las acciones. Así que ahí lo tienen, potente la caída de Tesla y continúa y honestamente no, a menos de que algo ridículo sea anunciado o algo así, no tiene por qué subir. Si el consumidor está hecho mierda y están desinflando todo. All righty, Mr. Garlic Bread, we're going to need some XRP.
All righty.
With our pasta.
With our peepees.
Also,
rock out with your cock out.
That's the only way to rock out, son.
All right, there we go. It is now starting to shift significantly bearish. I'm sorry that garlic bread has to be the one to break it for you, break it down for you, or break it to you. The main thing that my bias was previously based off of is that the quarterly was still above the 61.8% on the HPDR. Now that we've dropped below the 61.8%, this is starting to look more like a shooting star and a reversal. And this is also a nice swing failure pattern of our previous all-time highs. It's not looking the best no matter which way you slice it or dice it. It kind of looks like it's I had to say that. It kind of looks like at minimum we're going to come back down and get a reconnect with this 5 EMA on the quarterly, and that's scary low right now. It's sitting somewhere around $1.42. From the highs, from the highs, that is a drop of 56%. That's bear market territory. You rarely ever see something drop 50 or 60% and then make new highs that same year, aside from that 2021 cycle, where we got like a 60% drop and then made new highs that year. But every single one of our momentum indicators are making lower highs. And right now on the HPDR momentum, we are breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility just starting to tick above the neutral point at 52%. This is usually the area where it starts to get very volatile on the HPDR momentum, HPDR volatility. And the last time we were in the bullish control zone, we actually got quite a more significant move than we did right now. It is looking like a little bit of a divergence in momentum where last time we approached these areas, we did hundreds, if not thousands of percent. This time we've barely done how much of a percent since we got in? 92%. Sheesh. Still nothing compared to what it was before. But then again, the market cap was so much smaller at that point. Can't really compare the type of moves. And do you have bearish divergence? You do indeed have bearish divergence between this point and this point. And everything is just lining up on the bear side right now. Like, sure, right now we do have the jewel pointed up in a bicycle getting out of the bearish control zone, but we do have a month and 4 days to go before this closes, and very possible this can start flipping around to a neutral signal and then a sell signal from there. So that's why you don't want to go up based off of any one indicator. Better to look at price first and then your indicators to see if to give you confluence. On the monthly, we did tap the 88.3%, which last time we found our local top right below the 88.3%. This time around, we did tap the 88.3%. We came all the way down to the 5 EMA, and we have momentum just about to break below the moving average with volatility currently pointed down. It is not looking the worst right now on the monthly. Technically, it's still in an uptrend. And we did break these previous lower highs. So right now, if we do continue to see a pullback, like theoretically, we should see a move down to somewhere around the 61.8%, which is at around like $1.48 to $1.50. But if the trend does hold, this likely should be our next higher low before we continue up. I don't know why this looks way more bullish than Bitcoin. But if
Yeah, and just like even the chart, just a standalone chart as a standalone chart, as a standalone chart without looking at anything else, it does look way better than everything else.
maybe it'll be the currency of France.
Maybe Michael Saylor is going to start buying XRP. I bet you that's like another thing that those fucking crazy people say.
Michael Slater is going to figure out the XRP was the real coin Satoshi was talking about.
Some shit like that, exactly.
It just looks way better no matter which time frame you look at on this than Bitcoin. Right now on the 2 week, we got a perfect bounce right at the bottom of the 38.2% after being away from it for a long time. And when you saw it go sideways, this is exactly what you'd want to see if you're bullish for that 38.2% to step up significantly. And now we got a bounce right exactly up that bottom, which is currently at about like $2.94 to $1.95. And if we continue to hold this area, probabilities are going to be hitting the top 38.2%, which is right now at $2.90. That's going to be getting over this previous lower high and likely sending us to our current all-time highs. But then again, if Bitcoin is breaking down to 60K, like I'm not sure if this trend is going to hold. And right now we are holding that bottom 38.2% while momentum is approaching the bearish control zone. So that's what makes the possibilities of us projecting that bearish control zone and flipping back up towards the bullish control zone if that 38.2% holds. It's looking quite promising. On the weekly, same thing as the 2 week, we're approaching that bearish control zone with volatility currently pointed up. We are bouncing right at that bottom 38.2% and that 221 EMA. Right now, the weekly, the bearish hopium point is that right now it kind of looks like it's forming a BART formation on the weekly, where usually if you get a bunch of this indecision and you go like make that Bart Simpson type of pattern, it not most of the time, but slightly more than half of the time ends up breaking to the downside to fill this gap and forming completing the Bart Simpson hit. It's funny the way that they call it, like the technical term actually is the BART.
Yeah, and it's also a big ass fucking head and shoulders.
Yeah, because there's a higher high in the middle.
Yeah.
5 days now in the bearish control zone with volatility pointed up. The jewel is now giving you a pretty epic sell signal. Pink is just at the yellow, about to cross below. It's dark blue is losing the bullish control zone, looking quite bearish. With HPDR losing the 38.2% and losing the 21 EMA. And as of right now, we're getting a retest and rejection of the 21 EMA. Makes it a lot more likely we're going to come back down to the 55, which is right now about that same $1.50 area. 2 days back into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. Jewel flipping back into a sell signal. And we've lost the 55 EMA, making it a lot more likely we're going to come down to somewhere around the 97.5% or the 160 cents, very close to that same area as before.
Wait, did you get frozen? Or is it me? Nah, my shit still works. You guys can hear me right on the chat.
Hi guys, Scott Melker here. Listen, I'm still right here. I'm just waiting for Farhan to come back. As soon as he's back, we'll continue on the chat. For now, there's a 4-hour bullish divergence on everything. Look at it. Look at it. Farhan's coming back soon.
Sorry, guys. I'm fucking mentally retarded. I need help. 1 second. Don't tell me it's me. No, it's him. There you go. There he is coming back. 1 second. Nope. 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 Ok. Bueno, voy a hacer XRP potentemente en lo que regresa Farhan porque veo que se me fueron los dos. Entonces, muy probablemente se les fue la luz o el internet, ¿no? Pues ahora, estando en México, ¿quién los puede ver? Ahí está Alex de vuelta. Oh, no. Alex, you're not in the same place, right?
No, I'm back in Tucson. I can hear you well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. His internet's fucked. There you go. He's out. I'm just gonna probably do this in Espanol. I'm gonna give him 10 more seconds, see if he shows up. There he is. There she is, Veronica, my little China doll. Can you hear me? Sir. I guess XRP is so bullish that Foreign couldn't keep his pants on. There you go. There you go. You're back.
And then my internet completely died for a second there.
Throw me your screen, sir.
What was the last thing you guys heard?
Fucking, I can't remember. I mean, you're asking me of all people?
Yeah, I was in the restroom.
I'm general with me because I'm just retarded, but
I believe it was somewhere around the 5-day where
yes.
my
Yes,
trading
no,
views
you're right.
stopped cooperating. So based off that 5 day, since we do have the loss and rejection of that 21 EMA, makes it a lot more likely we're going to come down to the 55 around that same 150s to 160 area, along with that epic sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. 2-day as well as flipping into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding, jewel flipping back into a sell signal. And we're getting lost with the rejection of this 55 EMA, giving us high probability of tapping this 97.5% around somewhere around that same $1.60 area. Daily has lost the 100, getting multiple rejections of the 100, giving you a high probability of hitting the 200 with a perfect retest of perfect retest of the silver cross. Let's see. Came very close, kind of front ran that 9 EMA. But as of this moment, based off this setup of rejecting this 100, we'd highly probably hit this 200, which is right now at about $1.52. And that would still be a higher low based on the macro time frames. On the 4-hour, we're getting momentum trying to flip back up, just like on Bitcoin. We're getting volatility flip down, probably a setup of hitting the median. Do we have any divergence? Let's see. Slight higher lows. They have 4-hour bullish divergence, just like Bitcoin and Ethereum. And we've reclaimed this 9 EMA, which has been resistance this entire way down. So it is probable from this point is likely hitting somewhere around this 88.3%, which lines right up to this 100 at about somewhere around $2.30, $2.40. And since you would be getting to such high areas on the HPDR, very likely this area rejects and ends up making a lower low somewhere down around that $1.50 area. RSI. Ding. Imagine being one of those community members who didn't sell a single XRP token at previous all-time highs.
Say it again.
Imagine being one of the community members who didn't sell a single XRP token at all-time highs.
No, I don't want to think. You know what? That nothing makes me sadder.
Because you went to what all-time highs previously were from 2017 at $3.30. You didn't sell a single XRP. Lord help your soul.
Yeah.
What's kind of looking bullish is that quarterly jewel, but once again, this is a lagging indicator, and there's a lot of time for the quarterly candle for this to flip into a neutral. But the monthly is looking good too. Just looks better than Bitcoin does. Whereas monthly doesn't have that bearish divergence that Bitcoin does. 2 week has some slight bearish divergence. Right now, to confirm it, you'd have to close below $1.76. So if that bullish hopium theory does play out and we go down to somewhere around 150, we'd want to see a strong bounce and a close over 176. And then that would be a swing failure pattern, and we likely go back to all-time highs from there. Close below 176, and then we get that breakdown, and 150 is like not going to hold. That'll probably bring us down to, that'll probably erase this entirety of this rally. Get a little bit of a bounce somewhere around $1 for that psychological figure, and then probably back down to like 40 cents.
Don't you have like a crazy sell signal on the jewel?
Yeah, on the 5-day, I believe.
It's not down there right now?
No, because the pink is still above the yellow.
Oh, got it. Okay.
The weekly is almost has it, and the 5-day has it confirmed.
Got it.
And weekly now has a confirmed drive of regular bearish divergence as long as we're closing below $2.83. With a continuation, if we drop below $1.70 or close below $1.76 of this 55 EMA around $1.50 area. 5 days one right here with that. Oh fuck! I keep doing this. That dual signal with the pink crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. Let's take it with the vertical line and see if we can get a comparable setup. Not nearly as powerful, but we'll just draw a vertical line. Pretty good. Decent. And that's all the examples we're going to be able to give because there's no more yellow data. So this one was in the 2017 cycle. We went how much from the single? 50% down. Just a tranquilo 50%.
Just a small 50%.
Another 56%. Tranquilos 56%. Tranquilo 48%. 50%, right around that same zone. Interesting. And let's mark it with a vertical line from here. I'm going to have to zoom in. How much are we down from there? 28%, 28.9%. Let's take it 50%. About very close to $1.40. About maybe 10 cents lower than the target that I previously had. Quite close to it. Very bias filling. And rarely will you see a dual signal that perfect. You don't, if you're a community member, you don't want to see it to the downside. 3-day has confirmed bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $2.83. Next target of that divergence is going to be the critical zone, which is at $1.86 currently. Nothing on the 2-day. Daily has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Next target is going to be that 200 at about $1.50, $1.48. All of the time frames are adding up to the same target of around $1.40, $1.50. Let's check the momentum. Ding! Well, actually, I forgot to check out the divergences on XRP BTC.
It's just fucking disgusting. What kind of analysis is this?
Right? Kind of important to know if there's any bearish divergence on this. No. Zoom in. Okay. It went to buy it. Okay, so there is some hidden bearish divergences for me with higher high on momentum than all of these points here with lower high on price action. And that will confirm the hidden bearish divergence. If you close below, right now, you'd have to close below this low here at 0.0713, which is quite a bit ways away from where we are right now. That is 66% lower than where we are right now. Probably one of those divergences that even if gets confirmed, probably takes a long ass time to get confirmed. Just like the dollar the dollar pairing, it's not nearly as bearish as Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, it's really surprising. But also,
And
I feel like XRP doesn't really respect any sort of structure. Kind of like just fucking does whatever. The only thing he
Oh
does
yeah,
is just like lower highs,
the one thing that
higher lows.
Crown loves to bring up about XRP is that it's the one coin that first of all makes higher lows every single cycle,
Yes.
but also retraces the entirety of every single one of its pumps.
Yeah. I mean, I believe that. Just look at the fucking candles, right?
They all just
Insane.
retrace every single one.
Yeah.
When they won that XR that SEC lawsuit and they went up to $1, they retraced the entire thing. I know because I was long on XRP.
I bet you were.
Walked up.
Of course you
walked-
were.
Yep. I walked up amazing gains into almost liquidation. Because I too, like the community members at that point, was more involved in the community than, or not the community, but being in XRP than the actual P&L.
Of course.
And the continuation of that 5-day divergence is going to be closing below 0.0 mini zeros 2345. Now that one is not that far off, and that one would bring us down to this 55 EMA, and that would be quite brutal for XRP. Nothing. 2-day has active bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below mini zeros 2896. Next target is going to be that 100, which is basically a retap of these current lows at about 195 or 2s. I hate it whenever there's this many zeros.
Oh, there's nothing more confusing in crypto than these pairs.
Hate this shit. I wish they would have one with it where they would just multiply it and give you a better number.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Daily has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, active as long as you're closing below these highs here at 2896. Continuation is going to be a close below 2352, and that likely takes you towards the 200, which right now is at about 1718, same area as before. And 4 hours of hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour as well. I mean, three drives of hidden bearish divergence.
There you go.
Ding.
Bling! Wow, that was a strong one.
Beautiful. I hear a lot of, but believe me, I hear a lot of dings.
By the way, look at that chart. I mean, it's going back to like to make that extremely long tail at the top and then just close right there. What a fucking dick of a candle. The one on the right.
A very beautiful United States pattern.
No doubt.
And then this will be the area where it consolidates and then blast off towards future France levels.
Ideally.
Watch it just like.
I think it's just going to do the same thing as he did before.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, it's just going to do an identical thing. It's going to continue to make those lines.
Yeah, if trend holds true, what's going to happen here is what happened here.
Yep.
This pivot is not all that useful right now because once it does get to an area where it's going to flip down, we're probably already in the bear market. And right now the pivot is $1 on the monthly.
It went up. It was 44 cents.
Oh yeah, it was 44 cents. That's a significant amount to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
Monthly is now getting into pretty scary territory where it's getting right around the edge of the bullish control zone towards the critical zone, and we will flip down and we can close below $1.96. The last time monthly momentum flipped down was right around this high here, and then we corrected from there about 43%. If we were to take 43% from this high, brings us to around $1.60 area. Pretty bias filling. 2 week is now starting to contract on volatility. Slightly bullish signal to see this move down on a volatility contraction. We are rejecting the critical zone and flip down below 259. Weekly is rejecting the critical zone, flipping down on momentum with volatility contraction. kind of more hopium to see that also on the weekly is volatility contracting with momentum to the downside, and we're flipped down below 315. 5-day, once again getting volatility contraction. Interesting, it's not getting that 5-day volatility expansion like Bitcoin is. With momentum pointed down and a derp of death, and we're pointed down, entering the bearish control zone as long as we're below 274. Still has volatility contraction with this dump. That's surprising. 2-day is the one that's starting to get volatility expansion now. Momentum's, volatility is right at the moving average, and momentum is starting to shift down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down below 252. Daily as well is pointed down with volatility expansion. Fresh silver cross to the downside, and we're going to be pointed down, entering into the critical zone as long as we're below 237. 4-hour, just like Bitcoin, is now starting to flip up with volatility contraction, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above 202. So that gives the idea that we're probably going to continue to see a bounce from here, like Bitcoin and Ethereum, maybe to somewhere around this 100 at around like 230s to 240s. I'd very likely expect that to be a lower high rejection, probably eventually down to somewhere around 160s, maybe 150s. Based off of how the higher time frames look, though, unless it just does a fuck you candle, looks like it's likely to bounce around that 160s area, and the higher time frames are still bullish. Still no possibility of bearish divergence. We would need to make another higher high before we can get that possibility of a bearish divergence. Kind of seems technically like that's what's going to happen. Probably put in a slightly higher high while Bitcoin does its pity bounce. Maybe that's the pity bounce from $60,000. Who knows? Because that's the one that should technically be very big. And while this thing makes a slightly higher high on price, while making a lower high on price on the RSI, putting in that bearish divergence, then giving you that bear market. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe we just go straight to $1 from here.
Hang on, let me show you this. And I was going to say, do you mind if I show you something, sir?
Go for it.
This is on a daily. You know, you have the silver cross down here to the downside. Breakdown of this, like, this is a head and shoulders. So you have the breakdown here. You have confirmation already of this shit, and you already lost the EMA 100. How about we go back into this line for that bearish retest and then fucking go right here?
What price
and the only reason why I would make it so high is because it's XRP and he likes to fuck around like with this candle.
Yeah. What price is that line?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Like 250.
Interesting.
253.
Slight sweep of the area where I thought it's only slightly higher. Makes a lot of sense.
That'd be fucking incredible. And then in here, this is...
Put in a fuck you candle to the late shorts and then get the late longs.
This is where they're going to trap the community in this can. Right here. Sorry, I'm not sure what I'm doing. All righty, I'm going to get going. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo XRP, el futuro de Francia y el futuro de las finanzas para todo el mundo. En realidad, por cierto, esto es una gatada. Esto es una absoluta gatada que de cierta forma no esperaba menos. El hecho de que vayamos a cerrar esta vela como cerramos estas va a ser una mierda para todos los miembros de la comunidad de XRP. Y ahora, esto es una apuesta completamente sin nada de fundamentos, ¿no? Lo que pienso va a pasar es idéntico que esto. Simplemente va a continuar ese tipo de cosas, donde el precio una vez más va a caer, va a continuar esa tendencia alcista por acá. En 2 años va a ser esto. En otros 8 años va a ser esto y va a ser idéntico una y otra vez. Es lo que parece. Ahora, por ahora, XRP logró hacer máximos históricos por acá en 3.4, cuando antes los había logrado en 3.3. Fue por poquito, pero se logró. Y también tuvimos el cierre más grande en 2.08 y esta vela que cierra en 1 mes y 4 días. Déjame verla de 2 meses. ¿Qué te parece? Para agregarle un poco de salsa. Esta vela va a cerrar igualita que estas entonces en 5 horas y 51 minutos. Nada más, obviamente no se llevó todo el traste instantáneamente. Yo creo que va a ser una tercera vela la que lo haga. Puede que en la trimestral todavía lo pueda hacer. tiene cara de, aunque XRP comparado con Bitcoin, por ejemplo, no tiene todas las cosas bajistas que Bitcoin tiene, ¿no? O mínimo no se ve tan bajista como Bitcoin. Esta expansión de volatilidad, pueden ver lo que nos dio, fue un zampompazo y todavía tiene camino para continuar expandiendo, pero pueden ver que la verticalidad de la misma está cambiando un poco y podemos tal vez esperar un rechazo por ahí de la zona de los 73.99% de la volatilidad. Así que pongamos atención en esto. Vamos a la mensual, donde interesantemente en la mensual tenemos el punto pivote de esta cosa justamente en esta línea meme, en el 1.95. De llegar a perder el 1.95 en este cierre, que no lo vamos a hacer, en mi opinión, en 5 horas y 50 minutos, diríamos que todo está completamente cocinado para XRP. Pero como está bastante lejos de poder hacerlo, no podemos decir absolutamente nada. Esta vela roja, más allá de el apoyo a la volatilidad que nos ha dado en este subidongo, esta vela roja lo está dando en este flip de la volatilidad. Así que ahí lo tienen. Pero una vez más, en la mensual sí tenemos excelentes cierres. Tenemos el primer cierre más alto en 2.08 y tenemos otro cierre en 3.02. Este es bastante bueno comparado con el pasado, pero como hizo en esta gatada, aquí la está haciendo en... Lo único que no tiene esto es que estas dos velas son una en esta, pero también se parece a este, donde tienes el doble tope, el corte por acá y luego ¡plup! La caída. Es bastante, ahora sí que rima bastante, rima bastante los movimientos de XRP con su pasado. No me sorprendería para nada verlo en el 1.6 pronto. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Ah, no. Ya tenemos mensual, tenemos datos en esta. Podemos ver, nos rechazó la zona del 88.3%, caímos al 76% y ahora estamos justamente en la zona del 61.8%. Ahora, este cierre en 5 horas y 49 minutos mensual, de cerrarlo así, nos va a dar una gran probabilidad de ir a los 1.6, que es lo que justamente les había dicho, tiene gran probabilidad, y de fallar esa zona, el 1.5, básicamente, que es donde está la parte baja en el 61.8%. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Me lleva, esto es, siempre lo hago. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver los rechazos de esta zona. Esa zona me parece que es el 90 y... Puta madre, el 95%. El 95% nos rechazó, nos mandó para abajo, aguantamos después de este gran velazo que dimos a la baja y después nos tiró a la zona azul perdimos la media está en los 2.36 y mínimo, no, estamos perdiendo también el promedio del 9 que está en 2.16. De cerrar esta vela en 2 días y 6 horas de esta forma, nuestro siguiente objetivo, que es una repetida del mismo toque, sería en 1.90. 1.90 de fallar y no aguantar, aquí tiene el promedio del 21 en los 1.6. Una vez más, 1.6, 1.6 sigue apareciendo en nuestra tabla. Volatilidad contrayendo, no hay nada en la semanal y en la semanal estamos viendo un poco de la misma fiesta. Esto es literalmente un hombro, cabeza, hombro, bastante sencillo de ver y ahorita lo vamos a medir para toda la gente que lo está viendo. Ahora, estamos siendo rechazados por la media, nos rechazó la parte alta en la vela pasada de la zona azul, antes de eso el 61.8%, básicamente esto, y ahora vamos para abajo, perdiendo la media, el promedio del 9, y nos debería llevar mínimo a los 2.09, 2.10. De ahí, si no podemos aguantar esto, esta zona, vamos a ir a buscar nuestro promedio del 34, una vez más, 1.67, interesante. Y aparte te llevas ese mínimo, sí, interesante. Cinco días, y también hay divergencias bajistas apareciendo en todos lados, en todas las temporalidades, menos en la de 4 horas, ya saben. En la de 5 días, es una tabla de 5 días, podemos ver también, si nos volteamos a ver para atrás lo que acabamos de decir, las 2 semanas y la mensual, podemos ver que esta caída ya está acá, en la de 5 días, estamos en 78.6%. A XRP le gusta ir al 97% o hasta el 100%. Así que no haya duda acá que si estás viendo que esto está en 97%, podría caer más. Ahora, ¿Qué es lo que más probabilidades tienes? Lo que ya hizo el precio en tocar esto. Si es que cierras en un día y 6 horas por debajo de los 2.15. Cierras por debajo de los 2.15, vas muy probablemente a revisitar el 1.95. De no aguantarte esta zona, tu primera invitación va a ser el promedio del 55 en el 1.59, que es 1.6. Vamos a llevarlos a la diaria. En la diaria tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja. Déjenme ver qué pasó con mi volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo, pero no es claro la dirección, en mi opinión. Déjame ver. No, sí, es la mega caída. Ok, y continúa expandiendo. Esta expansión de volatilidad en la diaria, más aparte del cruce plateado que tenemos por acá arriba, nos indica lo obvio. Cada vez que vayamos a la 9 va a ser una oportunidad de hacerle un corto. Vemos también que nuestro promedio del S&P 200 está en el 1.51, una zona bastante importante para el precio aguantar. Ahora, voy a simplificar todo esto para quien esté viendo. Ya les va. Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro bastante sencillo de identificar. ¿Ok? Vamos a decir hombro, cabeza. Y esto es en cierres, hombro. Y la razón por la que lo hago en cierres es porque XRP tiene este tipo de gatadas, ¿no? Que no son cierres. Ahora, cuando tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? Ya vieron pintarlo, juntar el cuello ya está junto, simplemente porque esta línea nos estaba aguantando el precio. Y lo que vamos a hacer para poder medir el movimiento que nos podría dar es, vamos a ir del punto más alto en bajada recta a donde se encuentra con el cuello. Y de ahí ver a dónde nos llevó el breakdown. Y el breakdown nos llevaría a 1.25 dólares con este hombro, cabeza, hombro, si llega a jugarse completo. Personalmente, si estoy viendo solamente esto ya se dio, de poder, y acá es donde está la clave. En mi opinión, esta es mi opinión, pierdes la zona el 1.95, esto se va a dar. Tu primera parada y primera oportunidad de parada van a ser los 1.52, 1.6, que sigue apareciendo muy probablemente por esta zona. Y de ahí llegas a perder esto, vas al dólar 2 mínimo, que es lo que tiene nuestro Head and Shoulders. Para poder invalidar esto a la alza, lo que tienes que hacer es poder cerrar por encima del 2.8. Eso es si eres alcista en XRP. Lo que pensamos muy probablemente vaya a pasar acá es porque XRP le gusta jugar. Pueden ver cruce plateado por acá. ¿Qué es lo que haces cada que hay un cruce plateado? Apuestas en el 9. Si hubieras hecho eso acá, hubieras hecho bastante dinero, ¿no? Ahora, acá estamos nosotros pensando que XRP va a dar un rebotillo por acá, probablemente vaya a intentar meterse de vuelta a esta zona y de ahí completamente irse al culo, y acá es donde podría ser tu nuevo alto más bajo. Y eso nos llevaría literalmente a Valhalla. Por ahora se ve un poco más... por ahora se ve un poco más bajista que alcista. Creemos que vamos a ver un rebote simplemente porque estamos en extremos y nos debería llevar a esta zona. Y ahí va a ser cosa de o poder sobrepasar esta tope de vela en los 2.6 o morir. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Y interesante, XRP nos está dando un excelente trade, en mi opinión. Yo sé que hay mucha gente muy alcista y todo eso, pero es lo que es. Y es por eso que les estaba diciendo, cuando estábamos viendo objetivos de $6, que todo se ve más alcista cuando estás en el tope. Y es, yo creo que lo que justamente vivimos con XRP. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. All right, sir, señor Alex, what do we... Oh, by the way.
No. Isn't it garlic bread time?
You just did garlic bread. Like, literally, I just did it in Spanish. This one was incredible. No, it's Sophie time. Bad uncle jokes time. That's what it is. And what was it? Trump giving Zelensky shit.
Yeah, Trump and Vance basically just telling Zelensky he should be thankful and to just basically be quiet because they're just arguing. It's pretty funny, actually. Like straight up there.
Dude, Zelensky's been such a fucking grifter. It's unbelievable.
Somebody check his Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, I bet you it's incredible. Imagine being also Zelensky. You're getting like $100 million a month for like the past 2 years. Why would you want that to stop?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely
right?
not. Zelensky is
I
probably buying villas in Switzerland.
yeah, I feel bad for him because we're taking away his $100 million a month allowance. I feel bad.
Hey,
Let's do it, Alex.
he should have saved up enough in the past 2 years.
yeah, and that's why he's
That's
trying to
awesome.
make a big scene in front of the media. But Trump and Vance are not playing into that. They basically kind of just scolded him. It was almost like a kid in the principal's office.
Love
Definitely worth
2025.
yeah. But here's SoFi. It's similar to like Tesla. Actually, it's at a crucial spot on the chart. We are right now closing the monthly in 2 hours and 40 minutes. The nice part right now is that we have been bouncing solidly from the monthly EMA 5, and that just shows strength in my opinion. You start losing that EMA 5 on the monthly, you have to really wonder if no, you really do wonder if you are going to test the EMA 9 next. Greatly increases the chance of that occurring. Why this EMA 5 is interesting to me is because it's coming in right around that $13.95, essentially $14, which has been proven as a pretty massive zone for SoFi. For now and until proven otherwise, I'm looking at this as just like a range. We're rejecting resistance right at $18, and now we're at the bottom of the range, and this should be support at $14. Now, it's still 2 hours and 40 minutes, so we'll see how today closes. But if bulls can actually close above the EMA 5 on the monthly and specifically the meme line, they can greatly then have the chance of potentially consolidating and then making a move back up to the top of the range. Let me throw on the HPDR. It makes sense that we're getting some pullback around here. I mean, we were essentially at the extremes. It'll be actually very interesting to me to see where this shifts into March. Not really getting anything though. You just kind of are seeing, we are rejecting the 88.3%. We have the 78.6%, slightly lower than that EMA 5, closer to the EMA 9 actually, $13. But again, until that mean line gets lost, we should be gauging this zone as a major spot and really looking to see where these ranges shift into March. So you easily could shift up. Now the concerning factor is, we're very close though. Like the 2-week does kind of tell a story, which is, we were holding above that 2-week median for quite a while. I mean, since it got reclaimed in July of 2024, we were solidly above that, and even that acted as major support. Now what we see is, we're potentially losing the 2-week median. And if you notice here, once we reclaim that 2-week median, we actually use it as support, and then from that point we broke out and from the to the upside we lost the 38.2%, and from that we had a pretty impressive move up. Now what we're getting is we're losing the 2-week median, and we're holding the 38.2% as support. But again, this kind of just ties into what I was saying, which is $14 is going to be pretty important for SoFi to hold. The fact that we're losing that 2-week median does, make me cautious here. So, with what we know, just based on previous price action, this 2-week median is pretty important. It likes to be above it, and when we reclaim it and get above it, it generally leads to those breakout moves, or at least a test of the 38.2%. Up or down. Now we're losing the median and we're already at the 38.2%. You have to be cautious of a bigger move down if that $14 region doesn't hold. The move down could take us anywhere from like, $12.50 all the way to like $12.20, in my opinion. Closer to that EMA 21, and it makes sense. You lose the 9, you go to the 21, and that it is just a sign of concern though, because even with volatility at extremes and now resetting because we're under the moving average, this resetting will mean that price will start coming down. So, we're in some, very tight range right now. The breakdown should be pretty big, up or down. And currently, I mean, we have more of a chance of going down. I'm curious how the Bollinger Bands are. They're expanding back in the range. Okay. So, so far it all kind of hinges on $14, and the fact that we're already there makes me cautious. We'll have to see though where these levels move into March. Hold $14 and you can make an argument of us going back to this median, and that plays into us going and being in a range, and it's hard when you're aggressively dumping, but like most things, we like to range, and until we lose the 38.2%, we generally range within that, and we can come close to breaking it. But until we actually do, it's just going to look like that, which is a range. So even if we moved and got a bounce, right now the median's at $15.70. So, I mean, again, this will move into March, but if we hold this zone here, we move into March back up to the median. Just playing into that range thesis while ideally volatility starts resetting. Now let's see how the weekly's looking. Weekly again is nice. Want to hold that $14 region. It's right where that EMA 21 is. You see we're bouncing off the weekly median now. It's pretty important. We want to hold the weekly median because if we can, and specifically hold above $14, that could give us an easy move back to the 38.2%, which again is right around that $15.60. That again, for now, is tying in nicely with wherever that 2-week median is, which currently is at $15.70. So it seems like you hold $14, you can have a good chance of going back to the $15.50 to $15.70 mark. Let's see how the daily is now. So we open on a gap down where we were slightly losing that EMA 100, but now we see the EMA 100 right at $14 basically. This actually makes it pretty easy to me to trade this, and it's always nice when you have a major moving average right around this zone. And something to note is, we're about to silver cross on the daily to the downside. So, we essentially want to start seeing bulls reclaim and hold above $14. Hold specifically above the daily EMA 100, because if we start losing that, with everything that we know and this $14 region being so important on all time frames, it could start with this EMA 100, meaning if we start losing that, you could start seeing actually a bigger move down. But what we'd want to start seeing if you're bullish is this to get reclaimed and us to hold this $14. So it ties into what I was saying. That way, then we can prevent this silver cross from actually occurring. Getting back above the essentially February 27th high at $14.74, 75 cents would put us back above the daily 9. And then things would start looking okay. We then could actually potentially go up to that $15 mark, $15.50 region, and potentially test that. That'll be important in my opinion, because getting back above that $15 region could potentially put us back above the 38.2%, and then that would give us a daily move back to the median. And then again, it's just tying into why this is a bigger range and it takes time for it to play out, but that's what it is so far. Did we check the 2-month? I don't think we did. The 2-month, it's not the best looking candle. Potentially an evening star here. So, that is the downside. The hopium is that, okay, we reclaim massive support here. We can see in this support, you can have massive moves down and up. But as long as we hold above $14, and this just plays into why $14 is important, going back up potentially to the 61.8%. But you have to just be mindful of this candle kind of not looking the best in my opinion. And this is closing today. But on the hopium, we do see the 9 is about to cross above the 21 for the first time ever in the chart's history. So, there is that still, and nothing on volatility too much. I'm not getting anything. The only major bearish point of this month, 2-month, is just a candle formation, not like in the evening star, but if it can hold $14 and bulls can move up and invalidate this within the next 2 months, that's kind of what I'd want to start seeing. within the next 2 months you invalidate this, which would mean you have to wick above it. But again, not the most craziest thing we've seen for SoFi. Loves it a range here, so that's all I'm really getting at. It's a very easy analysis, especially when you're getting all the time frames all around the same area. Even on the HPR, kind of confirming what I'm saying. Line in the sand is the daily EMA 100. You start losing that, there's going to be a greater chance you're going to move down to like the $11.70 region. You can just see there's like a nice gap there. Daily SMA 200 potentially could start moving up to that point. And then we'll get that daily silver cross. But ideally, we hold about $14. Weekly EMA 21 holds, along with the EMA 5, which I showed here on the monthly. Then we can make an argument for a move back up to $15.50 to like $16. Start getting above there. I do think then we can start testing, at least closer to that, at least this month's high, essentially. Right around that 17 to like $17.89 will be a big test, because if this 2-month closes as an evening star, Bull's objective will be to invalidate it. So to essentially just consolidate, maybe 1 month consolidation to like a nice move up would look good to me. So $14 is a line in the sand. There's no reason to really make it hard. And use the daily EMA 100 as kind of your guide, in my opinion. Above that, we should go up, and below that, we have a greater chance of going down to like the $11 region.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple graph in a way. Like, it loves ranging, and the ranges are very clear. Very, very clear. I wish all charts were this clean. And also, we have a beautiful United States pattern on the chart. Right, like all these consolidation from here to here. It's fucking nice. So yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I was gonna put you guys here.
You got California, you got Texas, you got Florida.
It's right here. You got your California, you got your Texas, you got your Florida, and you have your East Coast. Yeah. So apparently, Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House. So there you go.
Oh, wow. that's my president.
God,
what a day. By the way, what a glorious way to close this Friday. Anything else you boys want to add, say, show?
I hope you all have a good weekend.
Buenas tardes, muchachos.
Have a good one. I'm sorry, I swallowed saliva the wrong way. Have a good one, boys.
Hasta luego.
See you boys later.
Enjoy. Ok, estamos viendo SoFi para cerrar este episodio del Casino del Tu Tío Salo. Pueden ver, SoFi, me encanta el rango. Me encantan los rangos de SoFi. Ahora sí que esta es la cosa más rara que he dicho en mi vida, pero me fascinan. Y es más, pondría otro acá. Lo pueden ver súper sencillo, ¿no? Estoy viéndolo en una vista semanal, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿cómo vamos a disecar esto? Bastante fácil. Cada que estás cayendo a este rango, garantizado que este rango solamente es como el en medio a caer. Cada vez que entras en este rango y que puedes cerrar por encima de acá, vas mínimo a buscar un nuevo máximo histórico, ¿ok? Y el rango importante en el que estás es justamente la consolidación alcista que está creándose en todo esto. Y ahorita, además, esto es un patrón bastante fácil de reconocer, al que hemos platicado bastantes veces y eso es esta deliciosa copa y agarradera, donde tienes la copa y la consolidación es la agarradera. Y aparte, la consolidación es perfectamente bajista. O sea, cómo se van de lado para abajo en vez de solamente para arriba. ¿Y cómo explico eso? Con estos mínimos, básicamente, se ve así. Me encanta cuando estas banderas son así, ¿no? De que están apuntando para abajo. Esto es la consolidación más alcista que existe. Y siempre antes de hacerlo, te da este tipo de sustos, ¿no? El de, no, ya valió madre, se quemó esto. Ahora, ¿se podría quemar todo esto? Podría. Pero lo que pensamos nosotros es que va a haber continuación. ¿Cuál es el objetivo de este tipo de patrón? Vas a agarrar el punto más bajo de la tabla que está por acá y lo vas a juntar en donde está ocurriendo la consolidación en la parte alta de la tasa. Y digamos que rompes esto a la alza, eso te debería de poner en $31 y máximos históricos. Ah, no. No, sí. Sí. $31 y máximos históricos. O lo podríamos contar desde aquí abajo, tal vez eso sea más correcto. Y eso también coincide con nuestros... Ah, es más, es justamente esta. Y ya sé que mucha gente va a decir, ¿cómo estás? Bla, 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 ¿y por qué lo mueves? La razón por la que lo mueves es porque no es claro. En mi opinión, esto debería de funcionar hasta acá arriba, pero hay veces que el patrón se da en un nivel más bajo y tienes que bajar, obviamente, pues, dónde está ocurriendo la consolidación para medirlo desde ahí. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos viendo en la semanal. Vamos rápido a ver ¿cómo se llama? La de 3 meses, que siempre decimos en la de 3 meses, todavía no hemos creado un alto más alto, pero lo que sí tenemos definitivamente son que bajos más altos, tíos. Lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista por acá, aunque nos falta esta parte donde tenemos que crear un alto más alto de los $28. Pero en eso está SoFi en este momento. Con eso dicho, volatilidad está en extremos, no nos está diciendo nada y está contrayendo, bueno, en camino para abajo y el promedio bastante arriba en 85.12%. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual es un poco de lo mismo. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, estamos por encima del 21 y el 34, y ahorita el 21 va a ir por encima del 34, lo que es alcista, el 21 es el amarillo. Y... A ver, ¿dónde está el promedio del 5? Ah, y estamos por encima del promedio del 5, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 13.99, ¿no? En los $14. Y eso básicamente te está contando la historia de SoFi. Acá, literalmente, este es el nivel a no perder. Pierdes los $14, somos bajistas, te quedas en los $14, tienes que ser alcista. Y lo mejor de SoFi en esto es que tu entrada, estando aquí en los $14, si es que puedes entrar por acá, tienes una invalidación bastante corta en 13.38, 13.41. ¿De qué tanto es si lo agarras en la línea? De 4.18%. Esto obviamente no le vas a poner muchísimo apalancamiento o tal vez mucho, ¿cómo se dice? O tal vez la cantidad vaya a ser no tan grande, pero aquí hay una buena oportunidad de un trade. Si se llega a dar por acá abajo, en los 13.70, uff, ahí yo abriría un long con muy poco riesgo por acá. Eso dicho, la mensual nos había dado este gran potente cero para la alza de volatilidad del punto más bajo de la historia. Tristemente no llegó al 15%, que es lo que nosotros buscamos, pero ya pues dio ese gran cero potente y pueden ver lo que hizo una vez que nos dio la volatilidad este setup desde la parte baja de esta vela hasta el alto. Estás hablando de un 134%, puta, de haberlo agarrado en SoFi, nada mal. No va a poner el HPDR hasta llegar a la semanal porque no hay suficientes datos. Esta madre empezó en el 2020. 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos aquí ya perdiendo nuestro promedio del 5, nuestro promedio del 9, pero esto ha pasado antes en este tipo de consolidaciones. Ahora, esto fue cuando empezó a caer, sí, es correcto. Así que es algo que tenemos que notar definitivamente y esperar a que el precio pueda aguantar. Muy probablemente porque el promedio del 9 está en los 14.58. Veamos esto cerrar así. Ahora, si esta vela cierra tal cual, faltan, 2 horas 22 minutos, esta es una vela bajista de a madre. ¿Por qué? La roja. La razón por la que es una vela bajista es porque es una vela envolvente bajista. Eso quiere decir que es más grande en total que la vela pasada y se le está comiendo, o sea, que se está comiendo la vela entera con el cuerpo. Por eso se llama envolvente bajista. Envuelve todo el cuerpo del pasado. Y dependiendo de dónde cierre, digamos que cierra acá en los 14.30. O es más, puedes cerrar todo este cuerpo, lo que quieras. Si cierra donde está tal cual y la próxima vela o las próximas, digamos, 3 a 4 velas, tienes un cierre por debajo de los 13.42, bajista. Si las próximas velas tienes un cierre por abajo del 17.22, alcista. Esta vela es la que te está midiendo todo, básicamente. Nada mal, honestamente. Nada mal. Volatilidad está contrayendo en esta temporalidad, pero atención, damas y caballeros, atención. Aquí hay algo importante. Acá SoFi está a punto de darnos un setup de volatilidad. Una vez que la volatilidad pase por encima de esta línea meme que acabo de colocar y por encima de la línea blanca, que es el promedio, nos va a dar una señal de a dónde va a acompañar el movimiento. Y esto está bastante... Esto es, personalmente, yo diría, pongan atención a la tabla semanal para este setup de volatilidad, para ver exactamente a dónde se va a dar. Recuerden que esta vela cierra en 2 horas y 20 minutos, por lo que probablemente entre hoy y el lunes o hasta el martes tengamos este setup jugando. Así que esto podría ser muy importante para todos los degenerados invertidos en SoFi, ¿eh? Y ahora vean, estamos por encima de la media la estamos usando como resorte a la alza. De poder cerrar tal cual acá, nuestro siguiente objetivo deben ser los 15.23 con el 9 y de ahí la parte alta del canal en los 15.61. Esto es bastante bueno todavía. Diaria. Aparte en la diaria ya estás en la zona de acá. Déjame ver qué tanto baja SoFi. Estamos en el 88.3%, que es el amarillón meada. Ok. Normalmente ahí es donde encuentro un fondo, en esa zona. ¡Wow! ¡Wow, wow, wow! Además de que estamos siendo apoyados por el promedio del 100 en esta tabla diaria, vaya. Ok. Esto nos dice que tienes una probabilidad más alta de irnos para arriba, pero estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja. Atentos acá, ¿eh? Atentos por acá. También tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, pero se rompería acá. Ahora se los voy a enseñar. ¿No? Lo quieres medir de acá, lo quieres medir. Da absolutamente igual dónde lo quieras empezar y hasta dónde llegue en este sentido. Vas acá y vas acá, ¿no? Ahora, atentos. ¿Cómo juntas esto? De la línea del cuello para acá. Denme un segundo. De acá para acá. Y esto podría ser el rechazo bajista. Está jugando esto, pero de campeonato, ¿eh? De campeonato. Volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que habíamos tenido esa caída y ahora continúa. O sea, lo hizo desde acá, por supuesto, y continúa haciéndolo. Va a continuar apoyando eso. Básicamente esto se ve como el gráfico XRP. Vamos a ver un poco. Déjame me echo para atrás. ¡Wow! Ok. Digamos que este movimiento se da a la baja. Pero si no se da a la baja y falla, se daría a la alza. Pero en mi opinión, ya lo dio a la baja, ¿eh? Lo único que nos está aguantando es esto. Esta es tu zona, pero crítica, cabrón. $14. $14. Y de ahí para ser alcista, encima de los 17.9. Porque eso elimina este bajo más bajo con este alto más bajo. Pero creo que está jugando. O sea, esto tiene cara de que es una mega finta, pero vamos a ver. Esto va a la baja en línea recta donde está el cuello y luego vemos la zona donde se rompe a la baja. Es aquí. Y eso nos da ¿qué objetivo? El SMA 200. Ok. Y por cierto, si llegamos a este punto, estás haciendo un bajo más alto que este. Y la tendencia continuaría para arriba, por ejemplo, pero así. Si es que lo llegas a hacer. O sea, pum, pum, y podría dar continuación. Por ahora está en un momento crítico SoFi. De perder los $14, bye, bye, padre. Y aparte, una vez que barras los 13.42, eso te va a dar tu mega confirmación que esto valió nepe. Y del otro lado tienes los $17. Si llegas a treparlo por encima de los 17, si ves que SoFi se va por encima de los $17, básicamente esto pinta que va a crear nuevos máximos, pero por ahora nos está dando esto. Interesante, muy, muy interesante. Muy, muy interesante. Ahí está, tu zona crítica, justamente tu EMA 100. la zona de los 13.99. Muy atentos y pendientes a ello. Y con eso terminamos, damas y caballeros. Muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en todos estos casinos del tío Salo. Gracias a toda la comunidad de Elite Trading Academy por estar acá con nosotros y a seguir imprimiendo, perros. Estén atentos. Espero que la próxima semana ya tengamos la solución de WhatsApp para poder mandarles sus alertas directo a su teléfono para que les lleguen al pedo, tal cual, en vez del correo, avisarles, etcétera. Así va a ser pum, pum, pum. Nada más le ponen una notificación y nos vemos y ahí nos vamos. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense. Feliz fin. Gracias una vez más. Graciela, brother.